to the discussion in English via the Interprefy application, please mind the other listeners and use your headphones. Turun ammattikorkeakoulu, olkaa hyvä.
Turku University of Applied Sciences, please go ahead. Welcome to this session where the topic is critical infrastructure security in the Baltic Sea. My name is Ari Velling from the Finnish broadcasting company YLE, and I thank for this opportunity to act as the moderator of the session. First, the speakers will be presented briefly, and then we will hear a keynote speech from the Navy representative. And then each panelist will have the opportunity to give their own comments to the topic. And then we have still 50 minutes for a joint panel discussion. I hope that is all understood. Very good. Let's get started. I'm going to take an official position here. And of course, we have the Defence Forces and Defence Force media present here as well. So we are on the first name basis here, as we have agreed on that beforehand. We want to make this a relaxed session. However, we will be talking about the sea and lakes and everyone's relationship to water. Marko Laaksonen, captain, the commander of the coastal brigade. His first memories include fishing from the pier as a child. Yes, I was fishing some lake fishes or sea fishes, and the cat ate them. Marko has mentioned that because water is a key element in his work, it's not one of the first things he engages with in his free time. Then we have Jarkko Paavola, Executive Principal Lecturer from Turku University of Applied Sciences. No, this is Anssi Kärkkäinen, Deputy Director General of the National Cybersecurity Center, Finland. The sea looked quite large when I was a small boy, and it was very interesting element. Nowadays, Anssi likes to roast some sausages in a national reserve area. Not only there, everywhere where water is around me, I enjoy my free time. Welcome. Jukka Etelävuori, Senior Preparedness Specialist from the National Emergency Supply Agency. Jukka is also able to move logs in the river. Yes, I was working for a forest company, and we transported the logs as on the water surface to the factory, to the mill. That was a big operation, and lots of strong men floating on top of the logs. I was not one of them. That was the very first summer job in northern Finland. And Jukka has said that during that summer he learned the many faces of a maritime environment. Very useful information and experience in this session as well. Then we have Sauli Hievanen, partner and senior advisor from Milton Networks. Sauli has grown up in Kotka on the coast of Finland. Of course, in Turku we also we are here also on the coast. In Kotka, it is said that when somebody passes away, everyone asks the family if the person had a boat or a ship. That is true. In Kotka, that was a tradition. If someone died, you asked the family if they had a boat, so you could purchase the boat after. That was the tradition. In the 90s and early 2000s, can't remember the exact year, in Helsinki there was the Maritime Museum, and then we were trying to guess whether the new location was going to be Turku or Kotka, and guess how that ended up. Well, it came to Kotka. Aatos Erkko, who was the richest man in Finland at the time, he was doing a lot of lobbying for the museum in Kotka. Nowadays, Jukka lives in Ullanlinna, and in the winter mornings he takes a dip in the Eiranranta beach. And that's a nice way to start the day, almost like living in Kotka. Welcome. Thank you. Then we have Jarkko Paavola, Executive Principal Lecturer, Research Group Leader from the Turku University of Applied Sciences. Jarkko has been pictured in the local newspaper with his catch of fish. How big was it? Okay. Yes, applause is allowed. In his grandparents' cottage, he used to fish with his grandfather. Tell me, what was that like? Well, it was the highlight of the summer. We were fishing pikes and other local fish, and those were big success stories, of course. Today, sea, maritime environment is everyday life for Jukka. He's making use of a lot of digital developments in the area. Welcome everyone once again, and you can give them applause. So then we have the keynote speech from the Navy, Marko Laaksonen, Commander of the Coastal Brigade. Thank you, it's great to be here. I was thinking that if we had been talking about the infrastructure in the Baltic Sea 10 years ago, I doubt we would have a Defense Forces representative giving a keynote speech here. And that, of course, tells us something about how the times are different now, very interesting ones. The critical infrastructure in the Baltic Sea has been militarized in the last couple of years after the Baltic Connector and North Stream cases. And of course, this has always been something that we can look at from different perspectives, and the military perspective is one of them. Since I am a representative of the Defense Forces, I will take on a soldier's perspective, and I start with when we talk about war in the maritime environment, it's always the question of who commands the maritime areas. This critical infrastructure and tackling that, one perspective is that by tackling it, by managing it, you can deny someone's power in that area of the sea. The Baltic Sea used to be in the Soviet hands, and now it has now the situation is the opposite almost. And one reason for these cases that we have seen in the Baltic Sea area is that they are trying to send a message that, hey, you do not have the complete control over this area. Then a second concept, hybrid influencing is hybrid war is something we can also talk about. Hybrid war is a tactic used by those who don't have the upper hand, and you can put into question who has the power over the sea area and cause all kinds of troubles for the states and companies who operate in that area. This is the kind of tactic that is difficult to combat with traditional methods. These types of actions don't escalate a war. So we can't start shooting missiles when someone is cutting our cables. So it's easy and cheap The maritime environment is a perfect environment for hybrid actions. First of all, the state sovereignty is not completely clear. We have all sorts of different shared maritime areas, and legislation is also very complex in these cases. And maneuvering the legislation takes time. It's slow. First, we have to figure out which state and which authority has power over a certain area or matter. The maritime environment, especially the underwater area, is an environment, a space where people can do things in secrecy. If somebody raises up a diver or other equipment, we can track them, but if they stay below the surface, it's very difficult to detect what is actually going on down there. So people are able to act secretly. Then at the bottom of the sea, we have a lot of lifelines. We have communication cables, we have energy, we have wind power, all sorts of equipment and, so to speak, targets to be impacted. And thus, those activities, those attacks are very cost efficient. Of course, it requires certain special skills, but it's not a huge operation. If you want to impact things below the surface, it's quite cheap to do that. And it's easy to deny that you have been involved. Even if an actor gets caught on site, on the spot, the smoking gun is difficult to identify in such a way that we could actually point to a particular state. Paasikivi's words that Kreml is no district court, whoever is behind the operation or the action, it's very difficult to prove who finally was responsible. We can only calculate or estimate probabilities with highest probability state X was behind this attack. And impacting these networks, you can use cargo ships, not even under the flag of the ordering state. You can use companies. You don't have to use your intelligent services. Chinese ship was investigated for one of the recent events, but the final result of that investigation is not yet known, and we don't yet know whether that was an intentional act or an accident. So, and who ordered it if it was intentional. So these are the complexities of hybrid influencing. And of course, there are other ways than to use a cargo ship and drawing an anchor. You can dive in different ways. Sometimes explosives are being transported to underwater targets. Even dolphins have been used for, at least they have been trained for various underwater activities. So there are plenty of options how to do this. And in that sense, I claim that the maritime environment and the bottom of the sea is quite a perfect area, perfect environment for hybrid warfare and hybrid influencing. Since we have so many things down there and in the sea area, other panelists can share further about that. But compared to infrastructure that is on land, it is cheap. What the influencing is cheap when it is targeted to underwater targets, and because Finland is like an island, all our connections have to lie at the bottom of the sea. It is a very critical area. There's data cables, gas cables, also wind farms have partially underwater equipment and portions, and of course our defense forces also have some equipment at the bottom of the sea. And when we talk about safeguarding the underwater infrastructure, the first question that comes to my mind: what is critical, and from whose perspective? We talk about critical infrastructure, but is infrastructure critical if you lower something to the bottom of the sea, and when it's there for that reason it's critical? And from whose perspective? From the perspective of the society, from a perspective of a business, from a company? There are different perspectives here, and because there are thousands and thousands of kilometers of infra down at the bottom of the sea, we as a nation must be able to prioritize the actually genuinely critical connections. Of course, when Baltic Connector was cut, what did we start doing in Finland? Did we run out of heat? Did we start heating with wood? No, of course not. So was that in the end critical or not? Then of course there had been preparedness actions carried out already beforehand. So we got away from that situation with minimal damage. So the question is, was it actually critical? I don't have the answer. Could be that it was critical, but this is, I feel, something that also the Security of Supply Agency could comment on, which type of infrastructure at the bottom of the sea is actually critical and how we should safeguard it and monitor it in a most effective way.
How can we protect all this? There is a simple answer to this, and that is to say quite poorly, at least right now. And this is due to the fact, as I already referred to, that there's so much of infrastructure over there. Though any control system that you might have, it is not cost effective to be able to check every piece of infrastructure, every meter below the sea surface. And therefore, we come back to the question, we have to prioritize which are the targets that genuinely need supervision and control. And then there's another point. We should sort of separate two things, protection and prevention of any incidents. So that's control, and then there's prevention. We can control even large areas, but how can we then interfere if something's going on, if something has already happened? That is another perspective. And how do you access the area? It depends where the incident was and what is the mandate we have. If we're able to supervise or control something, it does not stop incidents that's happening. Perhaps we can only afterwards see that this is the way this happened, something like this was in the bottom of the sea, we sound submarine sounds or whatever was the incident. But are we able to fully prevent all incidences? If you think of Baltic Connector, because of that, in practice, we actually have an expert on Baltic Connector here, present in Toniotsia, who can come back to the case because he knows that better. But we were able, with the Navy, with our systems, to be there afterwards, sort of after that, see and to say what was most likely the incident that had happened. But could we have interfered? Stormy sea, dark night in the autumn time? That would have been really just by coincidence if we were able to be there at that time. And then another point. As I've already referred to, it is very hard to control the underwater areas. Of course, there are possibilities and opportunities to do that. And if you think of the incidences that have taken lately, there are now technology projects that the technology has developed, and I'm sure we'll come back to these projects where we enhance capabilities. But if I think of my organization, so the Navy, on behalf of the Navy, we could say that our tasks on sea and undersea are related to other topics, and capabilities were created to other things than controlling infrastructure. Of course, we are an authority and we support other authorities when needed. So, yes, there is consideration at the national level if we need to develop things. Perhaps there are other authorities and then companies who should be thinking about the opportunities for development. Something that I have not yet said is that the underwater infrastructure control supervision also lies within the companies who lay down the infra to the sea bottom. And as they do the installation, they should carry out risk assessment as well, and also think of any possible measures to deal with situations. Then what are those means? What do we have as possibilities to act, and what to improve from our perspective? First of all, so the status of the situation. We need to be able to know where we are. All parties, stakeholders, we need to sort of see what is critical infrastructure and where is it. This is not only a national question, but as you think of the Baltic Sea, you have a lot of different countries around the Baltic Sea. You have cables crossing the national borders. So therefore you have to have a shared understanding of the situation. And therefore I would like to say that cooperation is being carried out between the authorities and the countries, and NATO as well has taken its part here. And Markham, which is the headquarters staff of Navy of NATO in London, they already have, I need to check this out, there are abbreviations here that are quite mystified. NATO NNCSCUEI, NATO Maritime Center for Security of Critical Undersea Infrastructure. I will not remember that by heart, but anyway, that is the abbreviation, the name. So NATO indeed is involved, but this is a huge, huge question for NATO itself and NATO countries. But the first task over there is to first establish what is critical for the NATO countries. What is that infrastructure? And then controlling, patrolling. All that means that we need to have better capabilities through different means to control underwater areas. But we now have current technologies and different routes to do that. And we are able to use artificial intelligence as well. So we see that there are opportunities out there. And then intelligence information, national intelligence, and also cooperation. If ever there is an observation of any threat, sharing that information is possible. And then risk analysis as well. I refer to that. We have to properly analyze the risks with the existing infrastructure. And of course, thinking about the future as well, what we're going to build has to be assessed. I would say that my approach to this question is, if we have really critical connections, we need to have some backup for them. If we have foreign data connections and there's only one cable to assure that connection, I'm not having the mandate, but I would say put there a second cable, please. Because after all, if you think one cable being off, so it means that you rely on only one thing. You should not do that when you're having underwater infrastructure. That is all clear. Then there are other ways where the Navy has capabilities. There are certain areas that are being filmed. We take pictures and film the sea bottom every now and then. And if needed, we can see any changes happening. Had there been any changes, we can revisit and film the location again. So we have different ways. And then, of course, legislation as well. We need to have legislation updated so we have all clear responsibilities defined, and also the different ways of action between the authorities are being created. And if you think about the Connector case, and Tony will come back to that case later, so we were able, with all authorities, to do things. But I think it took a short while before we knew that what we should be doing. And then furthermore, What should be done? I would say, well, if you think of the structural defense in the sea bottom, if you would bring walls or construct walls, that is quite impossible even to do. But nationally speaking, and for critical infrastructure, we should have the capability to fix any damages quickly. It means that we need to have spare parts available here in Finland, and we also need to have at the national level a capability of having vessels with an equipment that we're able to repair quickly anything. If something is cut, so we have to fix that very quickly. If we don't have in our country, so no access, no capability, no spare parts, well, then it will take longer time to fix it. Well, actually, this was my view and also the perspective of the Navy. And I would like to say that the Navy, if you think of protection, we don't have the responsibility as the authority of protecting critical infrastructure. There are other authorities involved and other perspectives. So therefore, perhaps we will continue next with these other approaches. Thank you. Thank you, Marko Laaksonen, Captain of the Navy from the Chief of Staff. And now other speakers will have about 5 minutes to explain their own comments related to the topic and give their views. And please keep that timeline more or less, so 5 minutes, so that we have time also at the end for the entire panel. And now we also have from Traficom the Cyber Security Center, so that you don't have to take other seats, so you can just speak from a seat. Traficom, please. Yes, I was thinking about the same thing, not to move about. Well, in our case, if you think of National Cyber Security Center at Traficom, our approach is related to, as the name says, to cyber security. But of course, the communication networks, their certainties, and of course, any disturbances related to these networks. And you just heard about the underwater infrastructure and its challenges. It's challenging to protect and control underwater infrastructure and make sure that it is viable. And it's quite true. Even if you would observe something, there is still, if you think of preventing that nobody will cut your cable or the gas pipe, it is impossible in practice to prevent that. But if you think of the operational environment, it is challenging, but it is very critical because this whole world is all about data connections. It's 90% of data goes through the subsea cables, and therefore data cables and telecommunication cables are very, very important. And it's also a cybersecurity question, data security question, availability is a cornerstone of cybersecurity. And all of the cable systems and also gas pipes or any other infrastructure, it is, after all, today a question of dependency on cybersecurity for them as well. So if you have perhaps administrative system, so you have to stop anyone entering your system. So the underwater infrastructure and the operability is compromised if somebody accesses your software. Being the authority, we have our role to play, and in particular related to telecommunication connections, we are the authority who has the control. We give orders how telecom companies, operators protect, for instance, their infrastructure. We have a long history of cooperation with the operators. We have good collaboration with them. We are actually developing together regulations so that everything will make sense and is smooth, and it is something that is cost efficient as well. We just heard about the maritime environment, which is a challenge. You cannot demand that everything has to be thoroughly seen and you have to dig down to the bottom of the sea and 10 meters under the seabed. No, this is something we do together. What is relevant, what makes sense from the protection perspective. And of course, we also heard right now that the companies themselves, any stakeholders who own infrastructure and who operate them, have a responsibility of protection and security as well. And in addition to this, we do follow development of technology. We also have proactive approach. We can view regulations, we can update also regulations. And one example of technology is that we can have sensors on cables. We already have examples, globally speaking, of those sensors. So any data cable, once you have a maritime system where you have about 100 kilometers, a certain system, you could use these different systems and have more intelligence in the sensors and systems of repeaters we have around the cables. So we talk about cooperation, and that is utmost importance for us as well. Have good domestic cooperation, as we do, as I said, with the teleoperators, but of course with any other stakeholders. We have excellent cooperation around the Baltic Sea area with the Nordic countries and the Baltic countries, and we can have daily contacts with people on the other end of the cable, so the authorities over there. And we're able to share the big picture with them and able to also get information on any possible threats. And if you think of last autumn, the cable breakdown, so we had to close-knit collaboration. What were your observations and what were our observations? And furthermore, my last point, how can we develop things? I would say that we already had good highlights. Yes, having more capability to repair things. And also we have had the capabilities in Finland, if you think of data cables, underwater cables, how they can be repaired. But it is only for a certain type of capacity and capability, but the larger and the bigger the cables are, more complex the systems are, then the repair capabilities lie on the supplier. There are only a few suppliers, globally speaking, and these few suppliers only have a few people who have the capability to repair things. In my earlier career, I was working for a senior company who has developed and built a cable for the Baltic Sea, and I go into the northeast passage to develop cables over there. And we had assessment, if ever there is a breakage of a cable in the Baltic Sea, how long does it take to repair that? The worst case scenario was that it will take 2 months, because the vessel we need to have the cables could be on the Atlantic Ocean, fixing another thing over there. And if you think of cables, globally, there are breakdowns all the time here and there. Mainly it's the anchors of vessels that cause the physical cutting of a cable. We need to have a clear situational picture. We can also develop that picture and the sharing of the situational picture between the authorities. Around the Baltic Sea, I'm sure all authorities know who their partners are in different countries, and they can collect together the picture of the situation. But still, there's room for improvement. And then having materials accessible in advance. Indeed, pipes, cables. Wherever it makes sense to have spare parts and warehouses for this, it will make sense to do that. But also we can further develop that. And sensors, I already mentioned, but then having more resilience, that is a key. We need to build new routes on land, sea, and at the same time, not only having the infrastructure and multiple route possibilities for that, but in particular, service providers and so those who maintain services also have agreements in place. And if ever there's a main line that is cut, then we can still operate with an alternative infrastructure line. So this was my brief explanation. Thank you.
Kiitos, sanoi Anssi Kärkkäinen, ylijohtaja Traficomin kyberturvallisuuskeskuksesta, ja sitten Jukka Etelävuori.
Thank you, Anssi Kärkkäinen from the National Cybersecurity Centre, Finland. Then we have Jukka Etelävuori, Senior Preparedness Specialist from the National Emergency Supply Agency. The session has been going on for a while, so I'll try to summarize in brief the perspective of the National Cybersecurity Centre of the National Emergency Supply Agency. I would like to start by looking at the topic from a more broader perspective. The Baltic Sea is an important natural environment for Finland. It is unique nature, and currently we are in a situation where we have the Russian standard fleet transporting oil in the Baltic Sea, which is a huge risk for the Finnish nature in the coming years, especially in the wintertime. We don't know what type of navigation capabilities these vessels have. According to the most recent study, these vessels are 20 to 30 years old. Other Western countries do not use vessels for oil transportation that are older than 15 years. And do we have the capabilities and the ability to counter this? 2/3 of these vessels in question do not have a known guarantor. So the guarantors in these cases are most probably Russian, and their insurance business is different than ours. If something happens in the Baltic Sea, it'll probably fall on the Baltic Sea states to carry the situations and the consequences. In our legislation, security of supply means for income and defense perspective, making sure that these incomes and these capabilities are in place in a situation of crisis. We have cooperated extensively with business life. We've looked at our cable infrastructure. How can we protect it, safeguard it? And it is our understanding that for data networks, data infrastructure, we have alternatives in place so that we are not dependent on one particular connection. Baltic connector. Finland has received gas from Russia for decades already, and gas transportation deliveries has been the most secure way of obtaining energy, and that was then cut off due to the war situation. And then we still had a Baltic connector. However, at the ministry, we started to consider also with other stakeholders what could be the possible solution to this situation. And then we ended up with the gas storage vessel in Inko. And of course, we do have functions that would have suffered greatly in that situation if we hadn't been able to deliver gas to the sites. Then we have people in the cities who would have been left out with gas supply. We have alternatives for that also, but of course, it would have caused some small-scale disruptions. It might have had an impact on people's mental resilience if they didn't get their bread in the supermarket in the morning or from the bakery. And luckily, we didn't end up in a situation like that. Then if we look at the Baltic Sea region as a whole, we also have to remember that our foreign exports, 95% are transported on the surface. And that is also quite critical that those vessels have a safe passage. In our ports, we have experienced cyber attacks regularly in the last couple of years. They have not been extremely critical events, but there has been some smaller incidents that we can't share that much information about. sea traffic, maritime traffic has been freed and safety has increased, so there aren't many ships going down, but the probability of a cyber attack is completely realistic, and we have to prepare ourselves for that. It is possible to fake navigation signals, in which case the ship imagines it is in one place where in reality it is somewhere else, and that may cause a major incident, major accident. But we can prevent these risks by working together with shipyards and develop systems for that purpose. For the maritime traffic, it's important that we keep the routes and passages intact. We have something lacking in our wintertime maintenance systems. We try to improve that. Ice breaking for Finland is a special case. We have the second largest ice breaking fleet in Finland after Russia. So we are located behind a sea that freezes in the winter. To keep that maintained is critical for us. And unfortunately, in our state's savings measures, we haven't been able to invest that as much as we should have. I think I already went past my 5 minutes, so I want to give the floor now to the next person. Thank you, Jukka Etelävuori from National Emergency Supply Agency. Then we have Sauli Hievanen, partner and senior advisor from Milton Networks. What is critical is Finland's position in the world. The success and well-being of Finns. We're a small nation and we have to earn our living in this world. And a lot of things are related to this after the war of aggression of Russia. Like it was already mentioned previously, the main thing is that 95%, now it's even 96% or above that, how much of our exports and imports are going on the surface of the sea. And now with the war situation, this has brought about a situation where Finland's fate is floating on the waves of the Baltic Sea. We weren't as much an island previously as we thought we were. We were in the flow, in a crossroads between West and Asia. But now the airplanes can no longer fly above Russia. We're no longer a hub for air traffic. Previously, we had exceptional connections to Asia. Asians came to Europe, to the western parts of the world through Helsinki. And we as Finns were also able to access various places in the world. We don't have alternative routes available to us. And then another impact which places us further away from the rest of the world and closer to Russia is that Russia's middle class, 80%, lived in Moscow and in St. Petersburg. All the consumer goods arrived through sea containers from Asia through the Baltic Sea to Russia, finally. And then from St. Petersburg, Russia, only oligarchs, oil and feed was transported, and the Finnish export industry received these containers half price, almost half free for their purposes, for their needs. And now we have to get the containers from much farther away. They are much more expensive, and that also puts us in a place, in a location that is suddenly further away from the rest of the world. So after the war, our foreign and security policy decision that we belong to the West, but this change in the geo-logistical position that we now have, we haven't made a decision about that. And my message to Finland is that Finland must be connected to the West. We cannot only rely on the 96% of Finns' well-being relying on the Baltic Sea route. We need some kind of alternative land route to West. I think we have three options: the tunnel to Tallinn, which is the big dream, or Turku Business Life has also presented an idea of building Helsinki, Turku, Åland Islands, Stockholm, a bridge or tunnel connection. That is one. We need something huge, something really big, because the Finnish traffic policy is that decision makers consider about building a road between village A and village B. No, I think we need to be looking for a European solution, because European Union also wants to make Finland more part of the West, and we need to utilize this political environment. Sweden owes something to Finland, because Finland brought Sweden to NATO, so they have a debt to pay for us. We need to make use of this situation. One further point, because of the financial system in the European Union changing, for example, funding for traffic infrastructure, what we want to see is cross-border connections that bring benefits to a larger region in Europe. EU support has been in the billions, and the Finnish decision makers are really lacking a vision how to connect Finland to the West, because that is the main message, the big message that is also necessary to make visible in the European Union: security of supply and linking Finland to the West, to the growth that Finland needs.
Thank you, Sauli Hievonen from Milton Networks, being expert over there. And then we have Jaakko Paavola, who's Executive Principal Lecturer from the University of Applied Science of Turku. Thank you. My perspective is more related to education and that perspective. But I work in a research group as a leader in Turku University of Applied Sciences. We have three domains: cybersecurity, data connections, and autonomous unmanned systems. And this last part is related to maritime industry. And throughout the last couple of years, the focus of the research group has changed. It is now very much about security and critical infrastructure. And we have partners, companies, authorities, and as said, the owners of critical infrastructure. Typically, they are companies. And the companies do understand that they should have also responsibility over this critical infrastructure they own, and also controlling, supervising it. And then as for resources, level of technology, perhaps they are not yet at the level where they should be. Therefore, one objective we have is to how can we develop education, research, technology, innovation, so that we can make sure that we are able to improve and raise the level of security. As we think of cybersecurity, as we just heard from the other agencies, maritime questions are now taking very much a priority. And if you think of requirements, security requirements that are verified, entered into force 1st of July 2024 to certain vessels. If you think of Meyer Turku shipyard, they have the first order, so there will be first vessel from Turku, where there are cybersecurity related requirements that will be checked when the ship will be given to the buyer. So now we know they run for decades, these vessels, so that they are going to be a long time in the global seas, and therefore cybersecurity level, well, it might be there, but it depends on the owner. And the owners and the country which operates the ship. So there's no guarantee of the level of cybersecurity. Furthermore, cybersecurity, if you think of different water installations and centers, you saw this also in the news this summer. There were some breaking into the waterworks, but cybersecurity is an entity. If you break into a facility, that might lead to a cyber attack, even though the system would be not online. And then we heard from the Navy the word control, supervision. You cannot control, supervise everything. The obligation to control lies at the end of the owners of the critical infrastructure. And if you think of us, research and development group, we try to use also unmanned surface vessels to make sure that we are developing capabilities of supervision. And the owners of critical infrastructure could be using these unmanned surface vehicles, using autonomous systems or other systems to control their infrastructure. And also ask the authorities to take action if ever they observe something. And in this work, we have already seen that there's cooperation between the authorities. And how can we share all data? Thinking of all the authorities that have mandate to control, how can we share the information and do that together? Find solutions together with the companies and the authorities. And of course, if you think of technology that has been developed, anything new, so the use in the context of defense forces, for instance, shall be taken into account as well. And if you think of Black Sea, we have seen the role that a maritime drone might have in a case of war. I personally would like to learn something from this panel. I would like to then know how can we, as an educational university or as an organization, support the resilience of the nation? What are the skills that we expect from engineers who graduate from our University of Applied Sciences, and what type of R&D work is required so that the threats just mentioned will not be ever a reality, so that we are able to make sure that there is security of supply in Finland. Thank you. Thank you, Executive Principal Lecturer Nook from Turku University of Applied Sciences, and thank you all other speakers as well. And now the panel discussion. I will open this related to Baltic Connector, which has been already mentioned here. May have Marko Laaksonen, who mentioned that there is an expert present, a real expert, right? And I hope I got your title right. Otherwise, it's Tony who will have new names tagged to his name tag. Maritime Operational Center, Tony Joutsio, chief of that. Perhaps 5 minutes for you. Please summarize to us the case Baltic Connector. What was that all about and what happened there? Yes, thank you for the opportunity. And it's most welcome. The microphone is not working properly for the speaker. There is an issue with the microphone. And I am the chief of the center. And no sound at the moment for interpreters. The interpreters are not able to hear the speaker at the moment. Just a moment, checking out the technical issue right now. A short break for the interpretation right now because of a technical problem.
Ehkä me ollaan kuitenkin maailman parhaita jopa jo nyt. Et suomalaiseen tapaan kuuluu aina ruoskia sitä, että ollaan jotenkin niin kuin siilossa tai muuta ja enemmän niin kuin toimii, mutta perustilanne ei ole aika hyvä. Ja mun mielestä tämä meidän tapaus tässä niin kuin tavallaan myöskin todisti sen. Se mitä tässä varsinaisesti tuolla lokakuisena yönä tapahtui, niin kaikki havainnosta niin kuin toimenpiteeseen niin on kyllä supernopeita. Meillähän on vertailukohta siitä, miten Nord Streamista tapahtui ja miten suomalaiset hanskas yhdessä Viron kanssa sitten tämän tontin tässä näin. Eli havainnosta toimintaa, niin jo puolen päivän aikaa, kun yöllä oli tapahtunut, niin oli ensimmäiset hahmotelmat, mitä on tapahtunut, minkälaisesta kysymys ja mihin kaikki on vaikutettu tai minkälainen onnettomuus lainausmerkeissä on tapahtunut. Ja se, mikä Merivoimalle tietysti on niin kuin leimallista, niin me ollaan valmiusorganisaatio. Itsekin nukun puhelin niin kuin tyynyliinan välissä ja näin ollen meillä on tämmöinen nopea kyky ja meillä on jatkuvasti 24/7 valmius reagoida. Meillä on yksiköitä merellä, meillä on yksiköitä lähtövalmiussa ja niin poispäin ja jotkut muut suorituskyvyt on vähän pienemmässä valmiudessa, mutta tämmöinen valmius on niin kuin puolustusvoimallisesti leimallista, erityisesti merivoimallisesti hyvin leimallista. Ja tämä mahdollistaa nopeuden, ja kun Rajavartiolaitoksessa on vähän vastaavanlainen niin kuin lähestymistapa, niin tämmöisiä suorituskykyjä sitten erittäin vaativikin operoitiin, niin on olemassa. Tämän tilanteen hahmottamisesta niin päädyttiin nopeasti siihen, että sunnuntaina vielä, siis kun tämä oli sunnuntain vastaisena yönä, niin tapahtunut, niin sunnuntaina jaettiin jo johtamis- ja koordinointivastuuta. Todettiin, että todennäköisesti tämä tapahtuma on talousvyöhykkeellä, koska kaikki nämä ennakkotiedot Gasgridin muun muassa ennakkotiedosta niin kuin johti sinne, että summittainen alue on talousvyöhykkeellä. Ja talousvyöhyke meidän lainsäädännön mukaan, niin silloin tutkintavastuu rajavartioviranomaisella ja näin ollen, jos se on Suomen puolella, niin se on Suomen rajavartiolaitoksella. Ja näin RVL:ssä tuli johtoviranomainen ja Suomen merivoimat eli puolustusvoimat itse asiassa lähti tukemaan rajavartiolaitosta. Ja mitä tarkoittaa tukeminen? Se tarkoittaa sitä, että itse asiassa meillä on Suomen parhaat suorituskyvyt tuonne vedenalaiseen dimensioon ja näin ollen me olemme varsinainen toimija, mutta rajavartiolaitoksen johdossa. Ja tässä ei ole mitään eipäs juupas politiikkaa taustalla ja meillä ei ole mitään mustasukkaista toisiaan. Me olemme yhteensopiva, niin kuin kaksi samanlaista hanskaa lyödään käsiin ja homma lähtee toimimaan. Ja niin se lähti myös nyt. Toki jatkossa niin tilanne ja hahmottaminen muodostui siihen, että Suomeen kohtaan on vaikutettu niin, että puhutaan erittäin vakavasta rikoksesta, jolla järjestettiin taas tämmöinen koordinointipalaveri, jossa pääsi kuitenkin meidän puolelta ja me oltiin mukana ja sitten nämä muut toimijat. Ja sitten sovittiin niin, että tästä eteenpäin keskusrikospoliisi ottaa tutkintavastuun ja rajavartiolaitosta tulee yhdenvertainen niin kuin tukea antava viranomainen, kuten Merivoimat jo oli ollut. Ja koska tässä oli myöskin Viron kanssa yhteisestä infrastruktuurista kysymys ja mahdollisesti jopa Viron puolella tapahtuvasta asiasta, niin Viro pyysi Suomelta tukea ihan virallisella kirjeellä, jonka pyysin, että hän lähettää meille ja Rajavartiolaitokselle ja sitä kautta päästiin pureutumaan siihen, että Suomi pystyy oman lainsäädäntönsä turvin, joka puhutaan kansainvälisen avun vastaanottamisesta ja luovuttamisesta, niin tukemaan. Ja tämä meni tässä tapauksessa, kun ei ole aseellisesta selkkauksesta
as there was no arms involved at all, we did not need to prepare to be having a measure of that. But there was a Minister of Defense who had the mandate to decide, and very quickly Finland had all the mandates to operate on the Estonian waters, on their economic area and their sea waters. And of course they took and received this help we gave because they were willing to do so. And that was not all, because Finland was already by that time member of NATO, so a new member, and NATO wanted to have a contribution support to its new member to face this challenge. And the Navy and also the border guard had the capabilities to see the entire situation. We said that we can deal with this by ourselves, with our own capabilities. And I have to say that the Navy capabilities in the Baltic Sea area is the world class, the best. We have anti-mine vessels with great capabilities, and even these harsh conditions we have over here, nobody else could have done it better than us. And therefore, we took the command of this. Of course, there was a hold all the time. We can receive support if ever such a situation is there. We don't have the capabilities ourselves. And later on, it turned out, as we then went to Sweden to say, by the way, also Estonia and Sweden, the cable between the countries is damaged, and I think you need to operate that cable. Then Sweden, also with Estonia, had the contribution from NATO. If you think of responsibilities, I think you already mentioned that. My operational chiefs talked about that, and also others. It's a straightforward case. So today, companies have their own responsibility. But the Navy is not just having the hands in their pockets and sitting down. No, we have made our assessments in our Maritime Operational Center. What are the maritime infrastructure parts that might be critical from the energy supply questions? And we indeed have checked them out, and we have reference material of the sea bottom. We know if somebody touches that, what is that change then? So that is essential. And if you think of this case at hand, we already have the reference material at our disposal, and we had done that about a year ago because I was charged with another submarine operation, so we had that reference material already. So within 24 hours, all possible scenarios that we could imagine were being reflected, also thinking of the data we had for months and months, and then we were able to find the smoking gun, as somebody referred to that earlier already here. So we found that quickly. So we knew who is the possible cause of this. And then later inspections, as we reached the sea bottom, we were able to identify more closely, have all the data. Then we knew when it all started and to what point it all lasted. We were able, in an unambiguous way, show which vessel was involved. And information, it's the Central Finnish Bureau of Investigation, who has the responsibility of all communication. Therefore, I'm not good at the details myself, but we knew already by that time when media was guessing for 2 weeks, different experts were guessing as well what was going on. But what I want to say here is that the Finnish Navy, also Traficom and the Border Guard has a good picture, and the Navy had the best capability to analyze things, the means for that, and we are able to show, as said, unambiguously what happened. And one can say we have full control of the Finnish area of the Baltic Sea, which is very important for NATO as well. Finland is capable of doing this. I did not have much time for this, and I have been giving lectures of this to NATO countries, to our allies as well, and also CHEF community, and also to our own authorities here. So I don't think I can actually continue because I don't have the time, but maybe just ideas for you for further discussion that were already raised, because these are good points. For instance, changing legislation. We have a need to change the law. We have to change legislation because the world is ever changing. The setup in the past. Now, today, the world is so different that we do not live in the Baltic Sea area in a paradise. So it requires that the legislation should be developed. If you think of the old world, and now there's a new world, there's a change, and in particular responsibility questions as well. And then prioritization, how to prioritize. Baltic Connector, there was an anchor, but had it continued, it would have cut S-line 1, link 1 and 2. Now that the Baltic countries would have been in dire straits. And in particular, thinking of energy supply security. They do have the routes for energy alternatives, but the impact, I assess this to be critical. That was personal estimation. So if you have priorities, there are certain things which are easier to prioritize than others. And what impacts your priorities? How to see the big picture. It helps when you think of your capability to repair things. This was also referred to. If you can mend something in weeks, is that critical? Something might last 4 months to get a vessel here, as was referred to. But that leads to another point. If Finland cannot afford to have a vessel, it does not sound something that makes sense. Should there be another community, bigger community, such as the theme of your forum, EDAM or any other European Union tool there to get capabilities in place that would be at our disposal. And then you should also have a system in a case of crisis if something drastic happens, so there will be, well, the commercial task will not be there, and then you can have the vessel for other means. Other form, NATO, I don't know. So, efficiency of control. On surface, we have full control, that is what I can tell you, and subsurface control is more demanding. And also, Captain also talked about other capabilities, perhaps sometimes hard to observe, and that can be tackled. But then, who have these capabilities? It means usually state-related operators. But if you think of the Finnish Navy and other authorities, border guard, and so we can show and prove that this was doing this and this at this point or area. And I would say this slows down things if somebody has ill will. So it is a part of prevention at the same time, saying that we are capable of doing this and we can show that we can do that, and it's not unclear to anyone. And then joint capabilities of control. I was happy to hear also other people, not just me, use dual usage, meaning that companies build the infrastructure, control systems, such as an oil company, possibly the North Sea, but have dual use for defense forces or the border guard, for instance. So I greet this idea. There is a certain dilemma related to that. Somebody might say, but then it's a military target. But if you think now of water theatre in Ukraine, what are the targets? Energy infrastructure has been the target, amongst others. So therefore, how to assess the discussion, well, it might shed some new light on this discussion. And then innovations, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and that this kind of applications are developed as for also needs of underwater control. And I think there's great potential for development. Thank you.
Toni Joutsio, thank you. We could discuss the Baltic Connector further, but because time is running, we'll go to a different topic, an accident or incident. The Finnish Security and Intelligence Service published a yearbook in 2024, and on the same day in Baltimore there was an incident where a cargo ship crashed into a bridge and it collapsed. Jarkko, how would you comment on this to start with? Well, that is a very good example of what can happen at its worst if risks are realized. Like in a previous contribution, it was mentioned, first you have to identify the risks and then prioritize and then carry out measures. Now, the official information that we have of this Dali cargo ship is that it was an electrical fault or error. And then, of course, if there is a hybrid attack, this may realize as a physical malfunction in the equipment. So I look at this as a good example of why we need to continue the technological developments. Any further comments? Marko? Well, regarding the case in Baltimore, I could note that this is a very topical issue in the Baltic Sea as well. If we look at the map in the straits in Denmark, we have very tight spaces there, a couple of bridges and tunnels. So like it was mentioned, 96% of our transports run through that route. Also, other countries are dependent on this route, Poland, for example. So it is a genuine risk and does not even require any kind of hybrid attacks if you can confuse the transports and traffic in that area that's critical for many countries. Jukka, Yes, regarding the navigation abilities of various vessels, that brought to mind all the GPS disturbances that are being carried out from St. Petersburg to our direction. So like a cyber attack or GPS harassment. Yes, this is air traffic issue with GPS, right? But that applies to all transport methods that use GPS navigation. Sauli? This teaches us again that we need alternative routes. This is something that in Finland, 95% imports exports of Finns' well-being is dependent on the Baltic Sea. The Central Organization for Business Life has carried out a report on how Finland functions in a situation of crisis, and that the alternative could be that the security of supply could be managed through the ice, the Arctic Sea in the north, but that's not a realistic option. We have some safe ports of NATO in northern Norway, but they are already using the full capacity of those ports that they provide and fill their responsibility in a warlike situation and a defense type of situation, but they cannot offer this big solution that Finland needs for the civil society, for the population, business, exports and imports. For that, we need a different kind of big solution. We can't assume that, two rails into the north and it's taken care of. We need to look to the west, to Sweden, possibly towards south. We need to really map out our possibilities. Thanks to the Swedish People's Party, the Vaasa-Umeå route is being looked at, but no one is looking for the big solution. And now the route agency has been given the task, but that agency only looks at traffic amounts. However, this is a bigger question, a political question. How do we connect Finland in defense policy and in trade policy and so on to the West? And we always have to mention, when we look at the tight framework of our state budget, we have no money to do big things. These big projects, their benefits are going to accumulate and accumulate far into the future. These are important decisions. Every single Finnish growth center is nowadays located on the railway route. So one day in the past, this railroad network was built in this country, and we are still enjoying the fruits of that decision. So if this kind of a big project costs 10 or 18 billion, it is of no significance because the benefits will be sown in the future. It was great to hear Sauli's view, because I share the view that we are missing 150 years ahead vision, an extensive vision. How do we want to develop things? Unfortunately, in this current political system, the window is about 4 years, and you can't really achieve all that much with that kind of an approach. I'm sure that at some point there's going to be the tunnel to Tallinn and to Vaasa-Umeå, and at that point our eastern railway network is not the right kind. We need to be able to connect to the Western network at some point in the future, and we need to take some steps towards that now. I won't see it, I won't be around anymore to see it, but that is for the future generations. And then big solutions for the security of supply are high risk. Our security of supply is based on many small pieces, many alternative routes, so that we can have the needed mobility. We need to have agreed on things, how to navigate the Baltic Sea, alternative routes. I can't even open up all the possibilities that are there. But even though it was said that Baltic Connector has been discussed and closed, but I just want to mention that I was part of the small team that was looking after the gas supply in Finland in that situation. And I had my vacation days and I was making phone calls all over in order to get that gas storage vessel from Gotland to Inko. I almost messed up my family relations for that reason. So there are a lot of small things that also need to function for the big picture. Also the cooperation between the Finnish authorities as well as the link to the Finnish business life. That's very crucial because we're good at that, these types of things. Jukka Etelävuori, you talked about the grey or black fleet of Russia and the protection of the Baltic Sea. Let's talk about nature a little bit. What kind of natural risks do we have? Let's do a full round. Marco, if you'd start. Well, of course, this shadow fleet that was already mentioned, it is a concern for us as well. Hopefully, it is not only a matter of time before something happens. Aside from the fact that the vessels are old and do not fulfill Western standards, the crews are not as experienced in the wintertime conditions, and adding to that the GPS harassment in close to Krimorsk oil port near St. Petersburg, there is a definite risk. I feel that is the main risk, just as Jukka Etelävuori previously mentioned. Anssi? Yes, the possible oil accidents is the first thing that comes to mind. And then, of course, all the emissions that are from land that are being directed to the Baltic Sea. There are a lot of emissions, a lot of waste being directed to the sea. Jukka, the oil accident is the worst case scenario, of course, but the fact that Russia is no longer involved in protecting, in all the work that goes into protecting the Baltic Sea, the cooperation, they have removed themselves from that due to the war, so we're no longer aware what kind of waste and emissions are being directed to the Baltic Sea from the St. Petersburg area. We should be looking after that and improve things continuously. Now the Baltic Sea situation has improved, and it's a pity if due to a war we are now going to ruin this nature, a war that is still happening quite a far distance from the Baltic Sea. I remember when I was young, the seashores were not in good shape, and now they are expensive housing areas. I would really wish it for the future generations that they could also enjoy that wonderful environment. And if there is an oil transport accident somewhere in the Bay of Finland, it's going to cause a lot of issues also for commercial transports. Their systems cannot manage if they come into port all oily, that will not work. So it has many different risks. Here at the Europe Forum, and we are emphasizing European cooperation, it's good to remember that the big wastewater treatment plant in St. Petersburg was built with European funding, and Finland had a great vision of this northern dimension when Finland entered the European Union. And the most concrete result of that vision was the wastewater treatment plant, and its significance was great to the Baltic Sea. But definitely the biggest threat is this ocean fleet that is transporting the fossil fuels, the blackest stuff that is around, oil, back and forth. And also maritime transport is changing, and that has an impact on Finland. Energy efficiency requirements for maritime transports are increasing, and the fleet that is running in the Baltic Sea, their ability to independently navigate in winter conditions are decreasing. The emissions directly from the vessels are decreasing, but other risks are going up. And then we arrive at a situation that these risks can be solved with icebreaking fleet that needs to be updated as well. So now that we are close to the West in military and defense-wise, we should be looking at this vessel fleet, this icebreaking fleet, together with others. I'm sure Finnish icebreaking vessels will have a demand also on the Canadian and North American coasts.
I have similar thoughts as well as the other panelists. And unmanned vehicle vessels, all equipment. As said, we can have early alerts allowed by these systems. So these are very core questions indeed. Thank you. And then organizers wish that there will be a question to all panelists. What is the capability of EU currently? Anssi, could you please start? Capability to operate by EU? Well, for me, the EU is very much about being a regulator. In particular in cybersecurity, new regulations and acts are coming up. All the time, actually, every evening, every morning, I could say. But then the question is, how do we implement nationally these regulations? That takes resources. But there are also good things coming, and I would say they're related to Baltic Sea and our topic of the day as well. So they are improving cybersecurity related to critical infrastructure, indeed. But after all, at the end of the day, I would say from the regulation perspective, it's also about the companies. The companies must have the capability to implement things and do things according to the requirements. And this demands resources. So it's all about finding the right balance. I personally think that the actual functionality of EU lies within the regulations. In a way, it is the old joke or wisdom, if you like, that in the USA they innovate and then after that they do regulation if something went wrong. But in Europe, we first regulate things and then we try to innovate from that. So that is the challenge. Okay, Jukka. I agree as well. And the EU is a regulator, and in that regard, if we see maritime transports, there has been a lot of different type of environmental regulations referred to by Sauli as well. So in a way, maritime transports, that all becomes more difficult for conditions like we have in Finland. At this point, we need the Finnish MEPs' activity, and they should be working in the European Union so that they can take into account the Finnish conditions here. The Baltic Sea is a special case if you compare to other seas and ocean areas. This sea is frozen during the winter time. It's also breakwater, and we don't have exactly the same type of ships that will work here that are used elsewhere. And our vessels perhaps can work elsewhere. But there is a dilemma related to this. We have to make sure that we have at our disposal the right kind of ships here. And in a way, it seems that there is a commercial starting point, and that is to get larger and larger ships all the time. And once again, if you think of ice-breaking perspective, the worst-case scenario is that you have a large ship that will require 2 icebreakers in front of it. Even though technically they have 1AS classification, perhaps when you think of the ice, it will not work as the class would indicate it to work. So we've seen lately the issue, problem related to icebreaking. And I think that there could be even worse direction in the future if the winters are as harsh as last few winters were. So we had the big strikes, and that was actually when the sea was frozen and the factories were not working at the time. So the ships were not that eagerly coming to Finland at that time, and some of them were stand still in the midst of the ice. But if you think of climate change, it is a major question, and you have to prevent it. But any climate change will cause extreme weathers. And therefore, it does not only cause for us the fact that there will not be really harsh winters, only warm winters, but it will mean that we might have one winter here or another winter over there. That would be like the 1987 winter when the whole Baltic Sea was frozen. So including the sea areas close by. Okay, Sauli, briefly, please. If you think of how Europe is able to function, that is a good question. The more you have ability to function within the European Union, the better it is to guarantee well-being and security, holistically speaking, for people. You have to be concerned about that. There is a big promise of free borders or internal markets. That promise is broken. They compete now in this state capitalism with who supports its own companies and attracts industries and investments. And the companies no longer are actually being ranked according to innovations or best labor force. It is only which country gives the best support. And we all understand Finland loses in this competition, that is for sure. And another big question here is that after a long time now there's enlargement coming up in the European Union. And during this period, I think we will have new members. And what about decision-making system within the EU? How will it work? What about the institutions, how they should be altered or changed? I would like to hear more from the European Parliament members about that. What about the reform of Europe so that you have capacity to make decisions? Because that is a crucial question when we have enlargement coming up. Yes, very briefly. From my own perspective, if there's decentralization and fragmentation, if you think of the EU Baltic Sea strategy and the Commission's ideas, if you think of financing, they don't meet each other. Okay, Marco, briefly, please. I feel I'm on thin ice because there are 2 best military EU experts in the front row here in Finland. But I still like to add to the critical infrastructure question that I think there is the R&D and innovation funds for control capabilities through EU, in addition to whatever the others have said. Thank you. And we still have a few minutes for final closing words from the organizers. Thank you, Marko Aleksonen from the Chief of Staff, and also Anssi Käkkönen, the National Cybersecurity Center, and Eero Vuori from National Emergency Supply Agency, and Sauli from Milton Networks, and Akpalo University Applied Sciences. I was journalist Sari Welling from ULI, and have a nice week, end of the week, and then the closing words by the organizers. Thank you very much to all of the speakers and University of Applied Sciences. Next we have a panel by Åbo Academy University, EU's Green Deal amidst evolving security landscapes. And that will start in half an hour at 12:30. And during the pause you can have snacks and coffee from the foyer. And if you use your social media and talk about Europe Forum, please use hashtag Europe Forum and Turku as well. See you soon.
Next up on this stage is Åbo Academy's panel discussion, EU's Green Deal amidst evolving security landscapes. The panel starts in half an hour at 12:30. In the meantime, you can get coffee and something to eat from the cafeteria. See you in a bit. Thank you. Hello, and welcome to the panel discussion on EU's Green Deal amidst evolving security landscapes. The panel examines the impact of the evolving security landscapes, such as NATO membership and Russia's war on Ukraine, and the implementation of the EU Green Deal from different perspectives. You can join the conversation in the chat via the QR code on the screen. And if you continue the discussion in social media, you can use hashtags Eurooppafoorumi, Europe Forum, and Turku. The panel is hosted by Åbo Academy University. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Meri-Tuuli, and welcome to everybody here in the audience. My name is Wilhelm Bainer Rasmussen. I'm a professor at the School of Business and Economics at Åbo Academy University. It's my pleasure to be moderating the panel. As distinguished speakers here, we have Heidi Hautala, former member of the European Parliament for many, many years, a long distinguished career in politics. You've done many things. Christian Panch-Hati, my professor colleague at Åbo Academy University, marine biology, environmental and marine biology. You're a professor at Åbo Academy University. And Raija-Leena Ojanen, legal advisor at the World Wildlife Fund. It's a pleasure to be entering this discussion to hear your takes on the topic for today. We've heard the heading of the panel. We've heard that it's about the EU's Green Deal amidst evolving security landscapes. We've heard the key words of Russia's war on Ukraine, NATO membership, and so on. At the same time, we clearly see that there are two rather different issues here. We could easily have a panel just on the Green Deal. We could easily have a panel just on the evolving security landscape and its implications for the environment. But we will be trying to focus on the intersection between these topics for the remainder of the panel. You are encouraged to ask questions at the end. I hope we can save some time towards the end for that, and this also concerns those who are following us via online. There is a chat possibility, so you can and we will get your questions here. So hopefully we'll be able to catch those at the end. But now to get started, we have an overarching theme question for this year's Europe Forum, and I would like to pose that to Heidi Hautala. We have Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We have the rise of extremism in Europe, all over Europe, I guess we can say. We have a weakening, many say, of the axis between France and Germany. That's been a driving engine for the EU for as long as it's existed. And then we have a uncertain situation in the United States. And all of this compounds to a certain level of uncertainty about the European Union's ability to act going forward. How do you view this situation, and what are the likely future developments, do you think?
Well, I do think that the EU has its market power. It's still the biggest internal market in the world. And through that, it has been able to introduce the most far-reaching program for linking economy, society, and environment. And I don't see any time that there would be a U-turn or even a kind of a suspension of any of the decisions that have been taken or cancelling those. Because I believe that already, let's say in the corporate world, it's understood that they also have their responsibility on environment and human rights. And then I'd like to say that I think the EU has quite a good foresight capacity to understand that there is, let's say, we are in a kind of a some call it perma-crisis, some call it polycrisis, which means that there will be one crisis after the other. Of course, I'm not a sorcerer, but I'm saying that it's very likely. So the EU now has another 5 years to put in place a platform that will sort of be able to give the interlinkages of the various crises. And we cannot overstep the importance of, let's say, the climate crisis. And we understand very well that economics and climate are a big part of what we now call economic security. So all of this, I think, shows that the EU has to continue to do what it has been doing. There are weaknesses, and I just like to sort of get back to what you said about France and Germany. That may weaken the ability of the EU in decision making. We also see something that we will be discussing in other panels here is that many, especially of the Central and Eastern European member states, are kind of falling back a little bit to autocracy, even corruption, things like that. So it's not promising. But I would say that the European Commission and the European Parliament have a very important role to keep their role as a driver of these new agendas that arose with Ursula von der Leyen 5 years ago, which are not going to be stopped.
Thank you. Can you say something more about the foresight capacities that are being brought into play here on behalf of the EU, just to give us a bit of background to the decision making?
Well, I think, but this is also in the United States, that it's understood that the decision making should be based on sound, let's say, science. Let's take the example of the climate law. Mm-hmm. It has a direct reference to the responsibility of the decision makers to adapt the targets and also not just the targets, but also means to the changing understanding of climate change. So this is a kind of a foresight that I think is useful. But there is a kind of there's a whole cell around the European Commission's president, serving, of course, any president that happens to be eliminated, if he appointed and elected. So there is a foresight capacity, and decision makers should listen more to that foresight capacity. Let's see if the member states are able to do that as well.
Mm. Thank you very much. Now let's move now a little bit closer to our interest in the Green Deal and what that means. Now, as you've heard in the audience, we have people from a diversity of backgrounds here who have a diversity of angles on the topic. And now the question I would like to pose to all three of you, from your perspective, what touch points do you see between the Green Deal on one hand, so what the EU is trying to do, the initiatives the EU has put on the table to become climate neutral by 2050, and the current security landscape in Europe? So we're looking for the intersections between the two topics here. And maybe I pass the ball to Raija first. What do you see when faced with these keywords? The Green Deal on one hand, security landscape on the other hand. What's coming up on your agenda?
Thanks, Ville, and thanks for inviting WWF and myself here. This is a very, very important subject. And my background, I'm a lawyer, just so you know. My background is in business law. Most of my career I worked as an attorney for business, and now I've been a panda for quite a while. And we really think that it's an important nexus, the climate, nature, security, which is coming up a lot. The hard security players, the NATO, is talking about climate and its impact on kind of the defense security. So this is an important subject, and it's rising. There cannot be any peace without sustainable development, and there cannot be sustainable development without peace. But the main argument that I maybe would like to throw into the discussion here, that maybe the Paris Agreement, which aims at limiting warming to 1.5 degrees, and the Kunming-Montreal Biodiversity Pact are the most important security pacts of our time. Because if we cannot control the changing environment and put in place these mechanisms to ensure resilience in the societies, the things just don't work. And it's on this basis that I agree with Heidi that the EU cannot backtrack too much, because this is just too important.
Thank you very much. I pass the ball to Christian then.
I can just sign the last words that this is just too important to follow up on. So I'm a marine ecologist, so I see that from that environmental perspective, and I've worked in different scenes in Germany and Sweden and now in Finland. So I've worked around the Baltic Sea, so I know a bit of those research landscapes, and I know how important this whole aspect of acting together has been for the Baltic Sea. This is one of the very big and good examples how you can start, at least. There's much to do still, but you can start to manage a sea, an environment from the multi-country perspective. But you have to act together. You have to talk. You have to act in a common sense. And one concept I think I just wanted to bring up here in this light is that if I do my research on the marine environments and the impact of human pressures, I do often categorize those into global drivers, into regional drivers, and into very local drivers. And this plays is a really big base here in those discussions. In that sense, the global may be warming, acidification of the oceans. I'm a marine ecologist. It may be eutrophication in the Baltic Sea in particular, and it may be very local pressures, boating activities, point pollutions. And we have to address those from the different possibilities we have in the different combinations. And within the Baltic, those regional drivers, we can only work together, but we have to work even larger outside the EU if we want to address the global drivers. So those are my main thoughts.
Have you already seen some impacts on your work, on your research work, of the development in the security situation?
We have just briefly had this discussion yesterday in the working group meeting, and quite interesting. We see this already. It's been there. We have less and less access to depth data in the Baltic Sea, which limits our basic research, but also applied spatial planning research, and that has been more and more implemented and will be more strictly in the future. If it comes to macrophyte underwater vegetation, we see that there's limits put on. Okay, what is the data that are publicly available? And those data are limited. So we see this in our basic research, but also then in the spatial planning we do, where to put a new wind farm, etc. So we need those data, and we're limited already in that regard.
Yeah. And this is a reasonably new challenge, but is there any way of hedging against those risks from your perspective, or do you cannot kind of go around the fact that you don't have access to this data?
I mean, new regulations will have to come into place, how to use data, how to provide data to society, and how to make them openly available, and that there will be limitations. So processes on getting data will be more complicated, will take more effort and time, and we will have to be more restrictive in how we publish those. We will have to keep things in mind that we didn't need to do before as much, at least.
Thank you. Moving on or back to you, Heidi, then the overlaps, intersections between the Green Deal and the evolving security situation. What do you see?
Yeah, first of all, you asked if we believe that the EU will reach the climate neutrality target of 2050. Yes, I think there's one very interesting phenomena now, which is that the courts are actually obliging states and public authorities to act according to their commitments, which they are not doing. Finland is a very clear case, and we already have now the second court case in Finland by environmental and human rights organizations, which may have a chance of legal standing in front of the courts now. So let's see. But I would sort of maybe build a little bridge from this observation to the role of citizens and to what we just heard. I'm in every debate, I'm also learning new things. I understand that there's limits to public access to information, which also worsens the conditions of research. and I didn't believe that I would hear this. Anyway, so there are international instruments where I think one could maybe try to challenge such decisions, which I of course would have to understand better. But there is the Aarhus Convention. Finland is, and the EU is a signatory, which guarantees access to environmental information to all citizens, with some exceptions. And I've been actually in front of the European courts to challenge some limits by European Food Safety Agency, case that I won with other colleagues. So I would say that whether this new agenda of linking, let's say, environmental security, including, of course, climate very much, with other security issues, depends on how much citizens are given sort of leeway and possibilities to participate in decision making. I think it's absolutely vital. And also what I can see now, that as I hinted, that many enterprises are also actively like demanding legislation. They're demanding corporate sustainability due diligence legislation, because they say this is coming, and the front runners will be in a very bad competitive situation if they don't have, if companies don't have the same rules everywhere. And the EU is in a good position not only to do it as it has done now in its own domestic legislation, but also to reach out to the wider world. So I think there's a lot happening, and my bitter observation, and that's maybe one of the reasons why I've left politics, is that I feel that in general politicians are far behind of understanding that we are in a sleepwalking society. If we don't have the capacity to change course and transform, it will be a loss for everyone.
Thanks. Many exciting themes that we could continue from there. I'm going to get back to you, Raija, about the law aspects, and we might also delve into the enterprise aspects at some point during the panel if we have time. But first, back to you, Heidi. Still activating citizens, motivating citizens to be active in the current landscape. What do you see as important there?
Well, I mean, the civil society, the NGOs here represented by WWF have played a key role in pushing for the green agenda, and also pointing out to the interlinkages between environment, climate and security. So, well, I must say I was really disappointed or discouraged to see that the True-Fin new member of the European Parliament, Sebastian Tynkkynen, he said that we should basically stop financing this kind of civil society, well, a certain type of civil society organizations, and all that money should be transferred to military help to Ukraine. We just simply cannot afford putting these things against each other. And of course it will be costly on both fronts.
Yeah, this tension or purported tension, that's another thing we will get back to. But first, Raija, Heidi paints a picture here of the role of NGOs through law in upholding protection, environmental protection, and that way supporting or ameliorating the security situation at the end. That's the chain of logic that we're sketching here. What's your view on this?
There's a interesting situation where there's more and more rules and regulations on environmental matters, and then on the other hand there seems to be a lack or even reluctance to enforce them, to implement them. So governments kind of want to have the cake and eat it, kind of hold on to the political power to do as they wish, even though you have statutory laws and regulations in force. And that's the balance that we now have to navigate. The climate case here in Finland, WWF is not formally part of that, but I've been in the advisory group in the background. It's very, very important to give courts the opportunity to define where the current legislation extends, and in that way push the power people to do as they need to do. I think it was in some UN report saying that the greatest paradox of our time is the inability to act where the science is so clear and we already see what's happening. It's even in Finland and Europe, we see it in front of our eyes how the climate change is unfolding, and still it seems to be very difficult to make the decisions. And something that I very much regret, and maybe we sometimes think that did we NGOs miss something earlier? Like the nature restoration law, it was painted so toxic here in Finland. So we went maybe not in time to defend kind of the good sides, that restoring nature helps nature to be our ally in fighting climate change and bringing benefits and resilience to the society. But maybe we were a step behind, and some forest lobbyers got in front of the game, and now then the Green Deal has to be renamed Clean Deal because the green has somehow become
it's a part of identity politics, which is a real pity.
Yeah, is that how we should? This is a bit of a digression, but is that how we should understand this new label that the Commission President has recently brought forward? So it's gone from the the Green Deal to the Clean Industrial Deal. Do you see this?
Well, it was Riikka Purra who started it. You know.
Yeah.
It was definitely Finland who went from the Green Deal to Clean Deal, because green is somehow toxic. And I mean, this is so backward that I cannot imagine. But listening to Ursula von der Leyen, actually I think there is the big potential, if you talk about Clean Industrial Deal, that now a lot of the attention has to be given to big economic players, big industry players in the green digital transformation. I cannot regret that at all. And I actually don't think that this naming in practice means much, but it's a symbolic gesture which shows that environment has been instrumentalized in some kind of quite childish political games. And that has to change, and I think because there are more and more citizens who see through this, and I would again like to call for active citizens to say that, look, this is what we need to do. This is not something that will be damaging our societies. And maybe one more sentence is that Ursula von der Leyen now, I think she has this idea of having a commissioner for intergenerational fairness, if I'm not mistaken. And that's a great idea, because it kind of, it brings climate and environment and resilience. Raija mentioned resilience in society into the discussion in a new way. And that has a bit of to do with this forthcoming UN summit for the future. So future intergenerational issues could also be a hook to take the environmental and climate security agenda further, I think.
Yeah. Again, we might get back to, or we'll get back to many of these. But first, to Christian, the restoration law was mentioned here is part of the Green Deal, and it highlights biodiversity, and it combines an overarching restoration objective with binding restoration targets. And it's been a very hot topic, as we're all of us, I think, aware, a very hot topic in the Finnish debate. But from the perspective of ecology, and maybe not talking only about the situation in Finland, but generally, how should we think about this law? Do you have a view on that?
Restoration is a central part of maintaining ecosystem functioning, of regaining ecosystem functioning. So it is a crucial aspect that we need to follow up on. But we should also keep in mind that restoration needs to be done where ecosystems are capable of being maintained. Because if we don't improve the state of, let's say, the Baltic, the Archipelago Sea, or other places worldwide, we won't be able to restore those places, because the environmental pressures are still remaining. So we have to reduce those first before we can really implement restoration. at least if we want to go where we've been. So restoration is important, but mitigating climate, regional and then local pressures is equally important. And there's a big term called nature-based solutions nowadays, yes. and that is in everyone's mouth, and people are talking about it. But that the first step would be to maintain ecosystems in their state where they can function, where they can produce services that we benefit from, may it be oxygen production, recreation, fisheries, etc. So the first would be to keep those, and then they provide their services, their solution to problems.
Thank you. I see both Raija and Heidi nodding. What are your takes on the restoration aspect here?
Well, I would continue on what Raija said about this lobbying against the law. I mean, it was really ruthless, and I would say that these events that we have all witnessed in Finland in the last week or whatever, on the destruction of this important stream in Suomussalmi and this Raakku. I think I learned the name in English, but maybe someone can help.
Freshwater pearl mussel.
Freshwater pearl mussel. I mean, it actually then has now revealed how dirty this game has been. And I think this is a crucial moment. It's not that there is too much talk about what happened and why happened, who was responsible, because it reveals a bigger picture. And lobbying against environmental protection and nature protection is a very damaging part of all this. And I would say that in general, access to information, transparency of decision making is more important than ever.
Thank you. Raija.
What I see as a lawyer, maybe lawyers look at things from this perspective, but there seems to be a battle between voluntary versus mandatory. And there are a lot of forces that would like to keep environmental protection voluntary, and then they fight against the nature restoration law. It's a mandatory law. It sets legally binding obligations. That's why it's so important. You have to then comply. But the trend is to keep things voluntary to allow for companies to find their best ways to do things. And this this deregulation tendency that's also in Ursula von der Leyen's political guidelines, that's a bit scary. We fear that the deregulation is camouflage for putting environmental standards lower, and same kind of things seem to be happening here in Finland too, where the government says that we're going to uphold the environmental commitments and we won't lower the environmental standards, but still there's leeway and exceptions are being brought into legislation where it's been more binding. So this is the battle here.
Heidi, I think you were indicating earlier that companies play an important role in reaching our targets with regard to the environment. How should we put that into this perspective, where, for example, the Clean Industrial Deal has been interpreted as a way of cutting red tape for companies, or a way of making sure the European industry is competitive and can produce clean solutions in the future, so we reach the target?
Well, one interesting, I would say, a novelty in the EU legislation of the past 5 years is the look at this sort of value chains of what we produce and consume, and also not just the products but also services. And this shows that many companies now realize that because they will have a mandatory obligation to make sure that they don't have serious adverse impacts on environment or human rights or labor rights in their value chains, all the way back to raw materials. They have to start a kind of a new business model in a kind of a business structure. And there are many companies that are already doing it, because this is not out of the blue. This is based on international standards of at least 20 years, 15, 20 years. So I actually believe that the companies will be able to also to show to decision makers that they need a kind of a what they call level playing field. And so there's a great potential because, as I think already Kofi Annan, when he was the UN Secretary General, he said that governments and international organizations of countries can never alone meet the global challenges or solve them. So companies need to have a role, and then that's why we have now UN Global Compact. We have a lot of different, let's say, business associations who are working for sustainability. I would say with like really serious intentions. So I think this is a very bright aspects to me. And I mean, just look at the reputational damage that Stora Enso now has. It's one of the many. When it happens, it can hit really hard.
So you're tracing a shift towards the positive in this.
Yeah, I mean, if I have some hope anywhere, I think it's through the citizens' active actions and then of the sort of new mood in the corporate world.
Thank you. Now, the changing security environment, it has some very obvious negative consequences for the environment and for environmental protection and attention, maybe especially to environment and climate related risks. But so we tend to spend more on security, as you alluded to before, and we spend more on defense. But is there also some gains to be had for the environment from this situation? For example, as a consequence of the energy transition. What's your take on this? Raija, would you like to start?
Well, I think the more kind of the political decision making understands the connections, maybe then the security is not so toxic as a political motivator to really put money into climate and nature matters. Because here, like in Finland, it just seems that there is absolutely no interest in putting official money or budget money into nature activities. But then on the other hand, security and defense and armed forces, you know, that's where they really want to put money in, and we fully understand that that's an important element too. But combining the two, it's not getting the mode where it's not either or, but it's both at the same time. Like nature and climate should not be separated. They are two sides of the same coin, so you should kind of solve the nature loss and climate at the same time with the nature-based solutions and things like that. Then also here the security issues need to be combined with the climate situation. So I'm hoping that it gives boost and gives the right to think about these things, maybe from a fresh angle, which is not so identity politics, or where the identity politics all point to the same direction.
Yeah. Can we outline some causal change, maybe making things clearer for the general public that way by opening up the causal chains from environmental protection to security? Do you see any potential there?
Well, we try to cooperate with different parties to bring this forward, but it's of course relatively complicated, I guess. But what I think is important, like I named, that when NATO comes out and they have written about climate change, kind of the big boys within the hard defense, when they talk about it, then it gains momentum and people trust that, okay, this is important from the defense point of view.
Thank you.
So we would hope our president also would be talking about climate maybe more.
Thank you. Christian, what's your take on this? Can the attention we pay now to the security environment, can that translate into something positive from an ecological perspective?
I was just discussing this also with my wife and had really difficulties also like this general topic. And one thing is that if you think really locally, it may be like a border that has increased, may increase a protected area because there's no activities in a in a border area. This is a very minor thing, but it maybe to see something in there. But I think at a much larger scale, this energy sector has now shifted much more to local energy production, which means wind farming, renewable energies, but also much more diversified because there was a quick pressure that had to be followed up on. So I think in this case, if we play this game right in terms of implementing renewable energies at places where it's most sustainable, I think we could gain from that situation at the moment, if we can gain at all.
Yeah, I think that's an obvious benefit that now that, for instance, the EU has understood its dependencies on, first of all, Russian fossil energy, but also on the critical raw materials that are needed for the green digital transition. I mean, there will be gains, but could I also say that what worries me is this new rush towards the critical raw materials in order to have the electrification happen, because nobody has estimated really the huge, let's say, collateral damage that will happen when sourcing cobalt and nickel and what they call, I think, rare earths. It's all very great to get rid of the dependencies of China, but now that the sourcing is towards Africa, Latin America, and also Europe itself, very much so Northern Europe, like the Swedish and Finnish Lapland. So I think these connections should be understood much better, and the consequences. And I have a feeling that the decision makers are not taking these risks very seriously. And of course, then there will be battles about, let's say, critical raw materials, which mean that there could be local fights between companies and local population. I was a bit shocked to see that Anglo-American Sakatti, which is now dreaming about a mine in northern part of Finland, Viiankiaapa, which is a very, let's say, strongly protected area, that they even have their own guards. It sounds like Latin America, that company guards that are making sure that the indigenous peoples are not coming to their so-called territory. So this is a security aspect that has to be understood. But then it's now said that nature is the silent victim of war, and this comes from the work that I've been involved in. This comes from Margot Wallström, the former Swedish Deputy Prime Minister, who is chairing this international working group on environmental consequences of the Ukraine war. And what we in that work try to do is to make sure that nature is not anymore the silent victim of this war. And the president of Ukraine, Vladimir Zelensky, is very serious about accountability for the environmental consequences, the destruction and damage on biodiversity, on also other aspects of environment. And I saw that just a couple of days ago there was the news that Ukraine has now decided to join the International Criminal Court, where they already, I think there's some case going on about this. So impunity of war crimes dealing with environment should be stopped.
Right, but overall, what I hear you say is that the deteriorating security environment is largely negative for the environment, even if there are some
clearly
positives.
Clearly,
that's a clear.
Yeah. But there needs to be accountability.
Climate change and biodiversity loss can also be seen as security issues in themselves. For example, they drive conflicts, they drive migration, which could translate into different kinds of security issues. How should we think about this interplay between climate and biodiversity on one hand, and more traditional military security? Christian, what's your take here?
I mean, we see what consequences a war in itself can have on biodiversity locally. So there is no question that should be tried to prevent it from the first place. And if I'm not the one saying what it needs in terms of keeping peace between countries. So that's not my area of expertise in that sense. But I just know that any kind of war conflict will be on the costs of environmental destruction. So in that sense, we need to keep a balance between both, and certainly, and you said this from in the very beginning, right? One fosters the other. So we need to keep dialogue. We need to keep peace to work on local, regional, and global environmental problems. Because they would in turn then increase the risk of new conflicts, of new migration, big migrations of people, which then lead to new conflicts, etc. So I think we have to work on a dialogue, but also environmental issues, and try to challenge ourselves with improving the state at the different levels of.
Thank you. Raija.
The WWF published a report with the think tank Adelphi some years ago. It's called Nature of Conflict and Peace. And these issues were examined there, and now I don't remember the actual percentages, but it's clear evidence that conflicts happen where there's battle over reducing resources and people have to leave their homes. So the connection is just so clear, and we in the Western world should be more paying attention to how this plays out and make sure that there's an equitable world kind of going forward.
Thank you. Heidi.
Yeah, I think there's very little to add to what we have just heard from both colleagues, and it was interesting, Raija, that you mentioned that NATO also is sort of taking into account climate change as a security risk, and maybe we're not far from the days when the NATO members really start to properly to discuss these things. That it's not like it's a secondary issue, climate change for security. And I mean, I've understood that President Alexander Stubb has hinted that environment and climate change are very, very important, but first we have to deal with the hard security. And if I have not misunderstood him, I think this cannot be true, because unfortunately we have to address both and understand the linkages much better than we do at the moment.
So from your perspective, this is a fundament of resilience in the current...
You said it. I think resilience, and I think Raija also said resilience of society. That's one thing, and of course including adaptation to climate change, which then helps people to conduct their lives where they live. Mm.
Maybe you are familiar with the Global Risks report that the World Economic Forum publishes every year. And this year in January, they list like 10 most critical issues in a 2-year perspective and in a 10-year perspective. The 4 top for the 10-year perspective are all environmental concerns. The breaking of the Earth's systems, the climate change, the kind of the disasters that come with that. So if we take anything that we take a view that is longer than just next year, these are the most important issues that the humankind needs to solve pretty quickly. So let's get going.
Thank you very much. Now let's see if we have something in the yes, we have a question in the chat. There have been a few farmer protests over the last few years in relation to environmental protections and laws. How does that affect the EU security landscape? Heidi, would you like to start?
Okay. Well, I mean, some people in Finland think that elokapina is too aggressive and radical, but look at what the farmers did in Brussels. They were just throwing shit into supermarkets. So, there are protests and protests. And I would say that however this movement was mobilized, all movements are mobilized, they are not spontaneous. So it was pretty successful because it was a part of the campaign against the nature restoration law. It was very much a call which then happened to weaken the environmental regulations of farming. Not all of them, of course, but some. I think it goes without saying that one of the major challenges now is the food system. How to change the food system without making it too hard for the farming community. But this has been evaded for a long time, and it's very clear. I listened today. Today is the day of the Baltic Sea, and I listened to a researcher say that what we all can do is that we can stop eating too much meat and dairy products. That we should have more plant-based foods. That also, but how can we have this becoming a non-identity issue, you know? That is common sense. It's also good for health, it's good for society. So yes, the farmers, unfortunately, they are in a weak position and then they protest, and then the decision makers think the solution is to weaken the environmental aspects. What can you do?
We have time for a question from the audience. Anyone up there? If not, let's start rounding up here. Yeah. Thank you very, very much, Heidi Hautala, Christian Panchatti, Raija Ojanen. I'm so sorry. And I thought I should not get this wrong, so that's why I got it wrong. And to the audience, it's been a pleasure for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Åbo Academy and speakers. Next up on the stage is the discussion Southwest Finland in Europe in 2040, a responsible trailblazer. Meanwhile, you can get coffee and something to eat from the theater cafe. Seuraavaksi tällä lavalla kuullaan Varsinais-Suomen liiton keskustelutilaisuus Etelä-Suomi Euroopassa 2040, vastuullinen suunnannäyttäjä. Ohjelma alkaa 13.30. Sillä välin voitte hakea kahvia ja pientä purtavaa teatterin kahviosta alakerrasta. Jos keskustelet Eurooppa-foorumista sosiaalisissa medioissa, muistathan käyttää hashtageja Eurooppa-foorumi, Europe-forum ja Turku. Nähdään pian. Hei. Tervetuloa kuuntelemaan
And welcome to listen to South Finland's vision and discussion Southwest Finland in Europe in 2040, a responsible trailblazer. In this session, we will be discussing different directions of regional policy.
Finland in Europe in 2040, a responsible trailblazer will be simultaneously interpreted into English. You can listen to the discussion in English via the Interpify application. You can download it onto your phone using the QR code on the screen. Please mind other listeners and use your headphones. The password or token for this stage is on the screen. Etelä-Suomen maakunnat, olkaa hyvä.
Regions of southern Finland, please. The floor is yours. Thank you and welcome on my behalf as well, the Southwest and South Finland's regions, the Southern Karelia, Päijät-Häme, and Southwest Finland and Uusimaa areas. We have Antti Kalliomaa here, participating, Director of Advocacy from the Regional Council of Päijät-Häme. Here next to me is Malla Rannikkolainen, Director of Advocacy from the Regional Council of Southwest Finland. As in other Europe Forum sessions, you can participate in the discussion in the audience through chat. The QR code is now up on the screen. We will attempt to include questions from the audience at the end of the session, if at all possible. The 5 regions in South Finland, Southern Finland, have been working on a common vision until 2040, and according to this vision, Southern Finland should be a responsible trailblazer. What is the main message of this vision, Antti? Well, the main message is that Southern Finland's regions are cooperating with each other. We want to participate in building a more functional Finland and Europe, and we want to have broader shoulders to carry the interesting and important topics and themes for us. But we could move straight to the actual vision and ask Niina Pautolamoll, the regional mayor of Päijät-Häme. She's going to present this Vision 2040 to us. Thank you, distinguished audience, dear colleagues. I have received this honorable position and task to present our vision. This area that covers 5 regions in southern Finland, quite different compared to one another, but we have a common important task in the development of Finland and Europe. Our operational environment has changed in recent years significantly, and this is what started this work of ours to consider what the role of our regions and this southern Finland's big region could be in these various new processes that are ongoing. The vision of southern Finland is based on the area's strengths, the work-based immigration. We have 5 spearheads, which are Finland's RDI. Southern Finland succeeds in international competition for skilled labor and cohesion policy, the overall security of southern Finland as well. One could ask, why is southern Finland so significant and important? Here a few statistics, some numbers presenting the significance of this region. About half of our population is located here in southern Finland. Most of our jobs out of our gross-national product, more than half, is created here in this area, and also from the RDI expenses are generated here in southern Finland. But then also the lowest two figures, 55% of long-term unemployed and households receiving income support, are located in the southern Finland. And here a graph of the population development in southern Finland. Growth is extremely important. And in our case, immigration is a main factor impacting the development of the population in southern Finland, and I will get back to this topic a little bit later on. Let's start going through the development spearheads. And the first one is the RDI goals. Finland's RDI goals are going to be solved in southern Finland, and in our vision we are building on a dynamic and sustainable innovation ecosystem. This is what we want to build, a system that is economically viable and productive, and we will focus on a versatile financial model, international know-how and expertise, flexible legislation, and our region can go above 4% RDI expenses in relation to our gross national product. And this is the foundation for a leading innovative or innovation area in Europe. And in this graph, you can clearly see how the regions in southern Finland have invested in RDI expenses more than on average in Finland. Then the second spearhead, extremely important as well, southern Finland succeeding in international competition for skilled labor. Here the idea is that southern Finland will succeed in this competition for skilled labor, and our vision is that in 2040 the southern Finland's regions have strengthened their position as attractive and interesting region based on the jobs located in the area, and we will invest in skilled labor and immigration, and also in helping those who have moved here. These regions in southern Finland are areas that are able to welcome people, and it will be easy for people to relocate here. This is a very ambitious vision that we have a lot of work to do. The third spearhead is related to transport infrastructure. According to our vision, southern Finland's transport infrastructure is critical for Finland as a whole. The investments are most profitable in this area compared to the whole country, and as the population is centered in this area, this concentration is going to increase towards 2040, and this is the basis for the transport network in the rest of the country. TNT channels are one cornerstone, and we have to prepare ourselves and improve the networks in ports and railways. The overall security of southern Finland is vital for the whole of Finland, and this is the fourth development spearhead in our vision. Why is this so important? Well, in the southern Finland we have all the functions of political decision making focused and centered here, and this has an impact on the security situation has a lot of tension. This impacts our defense. Cooperation in preparedness on our borders, and we have strengthened our networks through a very tight cooperation links to the rest of Europe. The fifth spearhead, development spearhead, is related to regional and structural policies. Statistics say that Finland's growth is created in southern Finland, although at the same time this big region in the southern Finland is very heterogenic and there are big developmental differences between the 5 regions. If we look at the structural funds in European funds per citizen, it is very unevenly distributed. The regions in southern Finland receive only a fraction of what many other regions in Finland receive. On the other hand, the impactfulness of these funds is very good. Cohesion funds, effectiveness, ensuring that will ensure well-being in whole Finland. This is also included in our vision. It is our goal that through cohesion policy we can have an impact on creating a strong and internationally successful region here in southern Finland. And a trailblazer, as the session name notes. From these statistics we can see that there is a lot of green and light green in the regions of southern Finland. And this shows that even small funds can be used effectively. The very last spearhead of development is related to climate and the environment. Our vision is that in 2040, southern Finland is carbon negative and it can boost thus sustainable economic growth. Our investment potential will turn into concrete steps, and this can be seen as a growing number of jobs and results in R&D actions in various businesses and companies. And we will find competitive advantage in this area of action. And this will also further sustainable investments and attractive cooperation between different actors. This was our vision in short. In this vision work, the fact-based situational image shows that it is worthwhile for southern Finland to find opportunities to create new jobs and to receive results from this vision. Requires us to also take risks and cooperation between the regions that is goal-oriented. But us, everyone in the southern regions are prepared for this work. We're prepared to act as the trailblazer to ensure the success of whole of Finland. Thank you.
Kiitoksia Niina ja tervetuloa tänne sohvalle.
Thank you, Nina, and please have a seat on the sofa. We will now have our discussion. And also welcome to the new MEP, Li Andersson, thank you, and who used to be for a long term also MP and now current member of the parliament, so Mia-Petra Kumpula-Natri, welcome to you. And furthermore, there's a joint southern and western Finland representative, and we have regional developer and also a reform leader, Jukka Alasentie. Welcome to all of you. Well, welcome on my behalf as well. Let's have a warm-up question first. As we have a traditional panel, raise your hand, as you have seen in the elections, and we will then come back later to the result of it. But let's first have this one. The vision says that 2040, by that time, cohesion policy has had a great impact on southern Finland becoming a strong and more international and successful region, and it spreads around well-being and activities around Finland. So cohesion policy, of course, means the regional and development structural funds. And the objective is to even out the differences in development in different regions and to ensure sustainable growth and development of competitiveness. And also the audience, you can use the chat and answer this question. What is your feel about this, panelists? Is the current cohesion policy fair? Is this the effective way to spread out funding? If you think, yes, it is fair and effective, raise a hand. If you don't think so, you don't need to raise your hand. Well, that's a good way to go. So did you note everything? Because I would say there was a half a hand over there. I think Jukka, you did raise your hand, and Nina half the way up. Jukka was not actually. You, Mia-Petra, go ahead. Well, actually, I hope that you will all participate. Dear audience, use the chat. You can vote there online. And we can see the result at the end of our discussions, and then you can also justify why you answered the way you did. But let's now move forward. In the southern Finland, we do believe that we shall be successful with our own strengths. We don't only rely on getting funds from the EU. We also have skilled labour force, and Nina referred to that, and that is for the entire Finland, of course, the vital question. If you think of population and labour force of Finland, it is not naturally increasing. If you think of birth rate, but we need immigration, and in particular we need migrants, and we've seen them coming over to southern part of Finland, and we should support this development so that the roles of Finland will keep on rolling. But the question is, what should be done in the EU for that we have skilled labour in Finland in the future? Let's start from you, Lee. Well, yes, labour-based immigration, it's a European question at the same time. There are discussions that will be taking place throughout this parliamentary term about the work permit systems. We have some common ground in Europe. We talk about pools and different sorts of common collaboration agreements and programs between different countries, and how that can be used to get labour-based immigration and speed up that process. Another EU-related question is about R&D funding. That is also one way at the EU level to link this to our educational system and reinforce funding to R&D. It is quite clear that labour-based migration, on top of that, we have to make sure that we have continuous learning prerequisites that are here in Finland and elsewhere at a good level. When I used to be the Minister of Education, I went to the EU meetings. That was the only topic. It was working life populations, chances for lifelong learning. It was the EU theme, and there were also new technological breakthroughs at the same time, and that can be seen in different member states. And I was rather confused when seeing the national decision-making in Finland during this term. Thank you. What about you, Mia-Petra? I think that I would like to go back to what should be done at the EU level. There's a study of yours that I need to go see the number. It says foreign background labour rate 2018 was about 62%, and now it is a bit below 70%. And I think that is positive fact. And you have to bring up that in our discussions here in Finland. And in particular, if you think 70% of employment rate with people with foreign background, that is good news. It's a great number, and I don't think that that has been reflected and brought up in the discussions today. So I want to thank you for that I found the number there. And furthermore, I agree with Lee. So yes, you can do things at the European level so that Europe is not a castle with no entry. At the same time, globally speaking, there are talent attraction programs in different countries to really attract skilled labor force. And in Europe, I participated in the discussion myself where Germany says that if you renovate your houses and you have renewable energy investments, are having shortage of labor. What about Southern Europe? But the Southern Europe said, no, we are also having shortcomings in the labor force. So therefore, that's the same situation within the European Union, skilled labor force, and we want to have people here. And I do hope that Finland is involved in these discussions and is an attractive place and saying, even within the EU, please come to this place. And furthermore, if you think of businesses say 130,000 new employees within 10 years, that is the need for Finland. So within the EU, we have things to do, but as the EU also has lots to do. And there are different international channels to attract people as well. If you think of this good corporate citizens for AI, Silo AI was actually sold to US 600 million. What they sold was 300 experts to the USA. Half of them having PhDs, 50 nationalities, and they had the pool here. They had attracted them here. And luckily, they stay here, at least for now. They invest more here, and they want to attract even more people. So that's a tough competition for skilled people. And that is rather expensive at the same time. And therefore, I also question about the policy of this government. Thank you for that. Good notes there. So if you think of the employment rate, that's quite high for those who have foreign background, and perhaps does not reflect, as you said, the discussions ongoing. But what about you, Jukka? What do you think? One actually practical grassroots level model is that the European Social Fund has actions that should be transferred into all of this, not just related to immigrant groups, but all groups that are outside the labour market. I mean, pensioners, people with different handicaps, and other people with other specialties or needs. I think you could get more labour force from these groups. Nina, any remarks from you? Yes, there was actually a list of the most important points by others. Perhaps I would add one more point to this. Most likely this is the most difficult one, and I would actually turn around this question towards us. What about Finland? What should we do here? And I think that we have a lot to do as for our attitudes. And therefore, any success story or any statistics that communicate positive story and narrative are most welcomed. Thank you. Let's then move forward with the themes or the visions. As I said, all of these themes are very important. We could have one panel only on one topic, but let's try to go forward. And then security, and this comprehensive security theme. Ursula von der Leyen presented political guidelines for the next term of the Commission in July, and during her speech, she said the priority of the Commission will be stronger Europe, and amongst others that means wealth and protects people and defends democracy and implements social justice. And here, in the broad sense, one could say that there is some echoing of the diamond of comprehensive security of the different sectors of the society. In our vision, we say that the comprehensive security of southern Finland is important for the entire country, and also the border safety and security for Europe is highlighted along the Finnish shorelines and border. So, question to you panelists, how do you understand this? The regions of southern Finland, what can we bring to the European debate related to this comprehensive security, overall security? Or what should we expect from the new strategy of internal security that is upcoming? I think, well, 10 years. I was 10 years involved And the Baltic Sea has not been a focal point in policymaking. And really, only those who live around the sea, the countries, can highlight that. I think we were thinking more about the Mediterranean. I was surprised that there was an Innovation Commission who said that they had their own program, innovation funding, something that was only for the Mediterranean area. I asked if there's something for the Baltic Sea, then they said there was something small-scale thing, but they have been taking care of the Mediterranean with great efforts. But now the global policies have shown to us that the Baltic Sea is an internal sea for us, and it is geopolitically speaking interesting and hot topic and a difficult one as well. So therefore it should be easier to bring up our region, but I know the questions are more difficult. But the EU must take things seriously. The security of the Baltic Sea is something because, as you know, Russia has transportation through the Baltic Sea, via it. And I personally am scared about any environmental catastrophes because of oil transportations, because they are no longer insured international tankers. Well, there's the Danish strikes, but then there's also the pilots, and they say no inspections, no to Danish pilots, and these vessels just pass by. So therefore, I'm just feeling there might be some damages coming up, or in negative sense, there are all the recipe for eco-catastrophe here in our hands, and that is very tough. So we have to talk about maritime security. And as we talk about southern Finland right now, it is interesting to see the southern Karelia region, because there is the border towards the east. And that is also a question related to Europe. We have to explain that, tell them. Daily, actually, even, because there's a lot of sort of spirit and atmosphere saying, no, we will not stop people, free mobility, and even across the border there might be people with positive will. That is quite true, yes. But it is a sort of a line of thinking related to security, which is quite coherent, and there's a large understanding politically here, but we need to explain that to our colleagues in Europe. What does it mean to be neighboring with this country in the east? And also regions and also other border areas, we explain to each other, what do we do? And do we get some funding from the EU in order to get funding for our security at the eastern border? Thank you. Yes, the Finnish comprehensive security notion, a part of it is doing things together. It's a culture we have in place. It is not just the public stakeholders, but also the civil society and non-governmental organizations are there. We have had exercises, we've understood what does mean to do things together, in particular in a situation of crisis or any environmental catastrophe or the Baltic Sea. So that, I'm sure, is one thing is in the discussions and should be brought up. And it's also the internal cohesion, togetherness, belonging together. That is part of the comprehensive security notion of Finland. And I think that is very topical at the moment, in particular if you think of the eastern border right now, the southern Karelia region currently, and their situation. So we need to have the understanding at the European level how much the internal geography in Finland has changed because of the crisis. Think about transportation, mobility of individuals. There has to be understanding of the special needs we have at the eastern border area currently. But at the same time, I think we need to have a stronger national vision at the same time concerning the eastern part of Finland. How do we ourselves want to act right now? What are the measures are there to make sure that we have the conditions for investments and growth also around the eastern border in the future? And also take into account the changes at the border that will be unchanged. It will remain the same now for a longer term in the future. I actually, during the summer, was a lot in the southern Karelian area myself, and I observed this atmosphere. At certain locations, I really, even physically, felt in the environment the change that has taken place over there.
The port of Kotka, the numbers are minus something really high numbers. Okay, then Nina, go ahead. Yes, actually, regarding the social cohesion, we are now talking about regional policy. This is extremely important point when we're thinking about funding and the allocation of funds. Exactly the question, how do we create peace in the society? That is a critical question. If differences in income and regional differences are growing, that can really have a negative impact on peace in the society. And this is an important element in this discussion on total security and really applies to regional policies. The question regarding what we should expect from the strategy of internal security and total security, I've understood that that is a unique concept. So we should be the ones who tell others how to do this. So we start with food security and having a security of supply, being independent in that. I would raise the same topics. The question of security applies to whole Finland. Of course, the issues on the eastern border are acute, but cybersecurity, energy security, food security, many of these themes apply to the whole country. And the relevance of cohesion policy, when that is highlighted, I would see that the total security and these themes around it should be included in the cohesion policy toolkit. And we could highlight how cohesion policy can be involved in solving big European questions. Sometimes I feel that cohesion policy is seen something less important, and it's not so important if we cut the funding over there. But we could really present that cohesion policy can provide solutions to these big questions as well. Thank you. Right now, we want to go back to the initial question about the allocation of funds in cohesion policy and also get some comments from the audience. I noticed that they were open replies, not yes or no. So we have there one hand on the second hand, and Leah, Niina, and Mia-Petra. Mia-Petra had, yes, this is just and also impactful, and Jukka said no, but you can all present your views in more detail. And if you feel that the current cohesion policy is unfair, how should it be changed? Who wants to go first? Lee had half a hand up and she wants to start. Okay, it's difficult to, it depends on, do we want to talk about euros or do we want to talk about this in the big picture? In the big picture, if we think about future outlook, we have huge differences in between Finland internally. If we think about demographic prognosis and how people move within the country, we have areas in northern and eastern Finland for which are entitled to more investments through funding instruments that are targeting to decrease the differences between regions. Then we have specific problems for which the current funds or funding instruments are not very effective for. I would have spoken, for example, about the segregation development within large cities, which really requires better planning from the state as well as cooperation between the large cities, housing policy, educational policy, all of that included. Then adjusting to Finland. For people coming from elsewhere, we need to take bigger leaps in that forward. Personally, I've spoken a lot about the renewal of our language training system. I see great needs there for renewal. Then social problems, certain social problems like adults outside of the working life. How can we offer tailored solutions for the needs that they have, for example. So these types of questions in southern Finland in particularly, we need to find funding and solutions for. Good reply. Then Mia-Petra, I was quite positive. I'm usually quite positive, so I thought it's good that we have cohesion policy and that Europe is involved in solidarity in areas that have difficulties in getting along. And do we have things to change, to correct? Yes, of course we do. I was quite happy when an official came up to me and said that it would be good that in the European Parliament you keep demanding a certain percentage of the cohesion policy money is allocated, and this would never have happened if in Finland, in the parliament, we wouldn't have kept at it. I was one of the most active persons in applying for investments in Finland. We should, because there are so many sectors in Finland that where we were good at or good in, but it is no longer the case. So all things in politics are not going to change, so it is really worthwhile applying for funding even when we are looking for growth and skilled labor. So I think political cohesion in Finland should finally understand the importance of this and also include this as part of our innovation actions and political development in the next program. But of course, we need to correct things. It's important to increase the effectiveness. In Kymenlaakso region, when paper industry started to crash and Oulu went the other way around, other direction, it went up, it received a lot of funds, and Kymenlaakso didn't. So there are unjust things. So it is not only cohesion fund that we should look at. There is also, I'm personally involved in climate funding. There's modernization fund, there's climate fund, and now we have 10 more. We added countries in the modernization fund, Portugal among others. So in many of these funds and tools, we should keep them cleaner so that we could have access also in southern Finland to particular funds. So different councils should stick to their own area. Then Jukka, in short, question, is it just? Is it equal? Well, this big area division does not work. In this question, we have many areas in southern Finland that are in an equal position to some areas in eastern and northern Finland. So not leaving anyone behind, we already have. That is the unequal factor. The cohesion policy claims that it removes differences between regions. Well, it hasn't. The same regions have been receiving support for decades. So we need cohesion policy that actually tackles the problems. And it is unequal that we should be able to solve all problems with one narrow perspective. My hand was like this. There is effectiveness. The cohesion reports tell us about the results. However, it still does not pay attention to the differences within the areas and between the areas, the regions, sufficiently. We should prepare ourselves for a situation where the funding, the upcoming funding framework and cohesion policy is going to look completely different. Finland is still a gross payer, a rich country as such, and so we need to be prepared to look at this in a new way, to find a new way to help regions. with funding mechanisms. Thank you. Now we have about 3 minutes left. If there is still one good question that you can present in 1 minute and the reply can be delivered in 2, so here you go. In the front row, Satu Sikanen from Southern Karelia. It was nice to hear that you have recognized and identified the pain felt in eastern border. How does Finland's EU advocacy look like? These are the critical months in the next 6-month period. How will things look like for Finland after that? You're presenting tough questions considering the very short time I have to answer, and I'm not going to. Well, I haven't spent that much time yet in the European Parliament in the first place, but in my opinion, a certain, the greatest, what we are really lacking is the lack of a vision. In the European elections, there was a lot of discussion about not to get involved in everything, and that sort of results in a situation where we're not really having an impact. A reference was made here that the cohesion policy may look completely different very soon, and we keep saying no to everything new, and we are just stuck in our old positions, and that can result in a situation where we are aside, we're in the sidelines, we're not really involved. And then many of the other major discussions that have been conducted regarding the budget and new needs in terms of funding, and a very kind of negative outlook on new funding sources. Mia-Petra, do you have something you want to supplement? Because your view from Brussels is much longer than mine. I believe she would have something to supplement, but stage manager is giving me a signal. No, Mia-Petra, please, you still have a few seconds to answer. Well, I'm starting next week at the Parliament, and I have read the titles that the government has an advocacy program, but if you in the audience cannot name any elements from it, then it means that it hasn't been adopted very effectively, or it is not well known. So it won't help van der Leyen if she has a list of things not to do, because she needs a list of things to do. So we need to turn that around. I always hope that when the front is wide, then people representing different industrial sectors and from different regions, they come with their own perspective. It would be quite easy for me to say what Finland doesn't want, but it's difficult to come up with positive things to present. Warm thank you for the discussion. Time is running out. Please, before you leave, pick up a copy of Southern Finland's joint vision from the tables in the front here. Thank you very much, regions of Southern Finland and everybody who participated. Next, we have the availability of critical raw materials, new industry and environmental responsibility, how to find a common path forward. The program starts at 2:30, and in the meantime, please enjoy some refreshments downstairs. And if you take part in the discussion, please remember to use the hashtags European Forum and Turku. See you soon.
Hei. Tervetuloa seuraamaan AA Skatti Mining Oy.
Welcome to this session organized by AA Skatti Mining Oy. Availability of critical raw materials, new industry and environmental responsibility, how to find a common path forward. The panels are here to reflect the opportunities to put together environmental protection and increasing production of raw materials. You can use the QR code to chat on the topic.
Critical raw materials, new industry and environmental responsibility, how to find a common pathway forward, will be simultaneously interpreted into English. You can listen to the discussion in English via Interprefy application. You can download it onto your phone through the QR code on the screen. Please mind the other listeners and use your headphones. The password or token for this stage is on the screen also. AA Skatti Mining Oy, olkaa hyvä.
Oikein paljon tervetuloa myös minunkin puolestani.
A warm welcome on my behalf as well. We shall next talk about Finland and Europe. How do we secure critical raw materials availability? Because the need will increase hugely throughout the near future. Many metals are needed multiple tenfold times. Green industry and defense industry needs them, but at the moment Europe is dependent on China and on imports concerning these critical raw materials. Should Finland and Europe increase their own mining sector, and how do they do that? So at the same time they are responsible for this action and have high quality environmental protection schemes. We have 4 excellent panelists here. And we have Chamber of Commerce, Deputy Director Sipola, and Finnish Party Member of Parliament, Julnila, and from SACAT, Managing Director, and also Chairperson of the Mining Federation, Betty Lundberg, and also from the Green Party, during last term, European Parliament long-term member, Heidi Hautala. Welcome to all of you. I am Maria Nykänen. It's great pleasure for me to be the moderator of this discussion. So, dear panelists, the situation is that Europe only produces a fraction of critical raw materials, and in the future there will be even more harsh global competition for the raw materials. If you think of electric cars and the batteries, green transition, we need 10 and tens of folds of metal raw materials for that. Let's go around to all panelists. Heidi, could you start? What do you think of that? That in practice Europe is dependent on imports. As for the dependency, we only got the wake-up call all of a sudden. I think it was a year or 2 years ago when in Europe, quite quickly, we had a regulation on the critical raw materials. But the problem is that there's only very little holistic picture on this. As you said, there will be a huge explosion of need for electrification and green transition needs. So what are the impacts of that to the environment, the natural resources, also on human rights? And therefore, we should try to look at the big picture. And at the same time, if you think of resources, they will not sufficient to the huge need we have. It's ever increasing. Therefore, the first question, I think, is actually mentioned in the Act concerning the critical raw materials, and that is that we have to progress as for recycling metals. But we have only started that. I'm sure you have phones in your cupboard and drawers, and this is all valuable metals, and we should get that into use. And only after that can we start to discuss when and how we should then have mining that is needed, to what extent. It is not problem-free question. We'll come back to that, I think. Finland, if you think, is larger than its size as a mining country, because we have long traditions in mining, but we also have technology developed for that. So metallurgy industry is there. Also, Finland imports a lot of them compared to what the mining is producing. If you think of the value chain related to batteries, we have the chance to increase our position. If you think at the European level, we are an important country in this regard. Wilhelm, what about the EU? Have they taken things seriously enough? Yes, I think so. But as Heidi said, quite late. They got the wake-up call quite late. Of course, the environmental aspect and all the objectives that were set, they were perhaps not able to even assess to what extent and what type of minerals are needed today, and what is the timeline for that. So therefore, it was not perhaps in harmony with the projection we have here. And if you think of the discussion over security of supply, that was also a wake-up call for us, and also Russia. And then we saw these dependencies, China, but also to some other countries as well. And only then we have started to have these discussions. So in this regard, it's quite interesting. If you think of mining industry, it is related to the environmental aspects very much. But in particular, if you think of the objectives, you said cars, electrification. So that's one example of there is a will of having less emissions in the traffic, but at the same time we are dependent. We're dependent on the imports. And then what is the great objective from the environmental perspective? And that all requires that we need to have domestic production if you think of minerals. And there, that is the equation. How do you sum up all of that? It has to be commercially viable, but it has to take care of the environment at the same time, and sustainability is there as well. How about you, Johanna? I think it is great that we have now taken up this topic, that wake-up call was there. The dependencies are there, yes, and they are great interdependencies. Europe uses 20% of metals of the world, but we produce only few percentage points of it. And for instance, some rare land metals, we only are almost 100%, 98% dependent on China. And for instance, boron, which is needed for the turbines of the windmills, this boron, majority of that comes from Turkey. So there are dependencies which are at high level here. And yes, certainly we have to review and reduce the risks involved. We saw with the attack by Russia and this war what happened to energy questions. There was an energy crisis as we were too dependent. And furthermore, we need to be able here in Europe to have our own production. We need to increase our own production here, and it means that also mining in Finland should be enhanced. We have great conditions for that, so it is an opportunity for us for growth and investments and jobs. Heidi, during the last parliamentary term, you were there drafting and voting the regulation for critical raw materials, and self-sufficiency increase was there. Do you other agree that in Finland we should have increased mining? Let's vote by hand. Who thinks we need to have more mines in Finland? Well, I will go half away or empty, abstain, because I will justify. Okay, go and justify. Well, we do have old mines here. And if you think of demand and supply, you perhaps get more out of these old mines. And yes, there are new mines as well. But the essential thing here is if you think of last decades and local civic movements, majority of them are people who are very, very concerned about new mines and their relevance to their local inhabitant and areas. And therefore, this is a very difficult task. And I think from mining companies, from the authorities, it means that they have to be very careful so that they will not just go ahead like that. And if you think of forest industry, well, you don't have that many new pulp mills in Finland because we don't have the wood for it. But there's no holistic assessment of the share of Finland of this. And I think I would like to highlight that you have to be careful, and mining companies have due diligence obligations as well. I think it is also said in the regulation of critical raw materials that also the waste related to mining is not up to date. It has to be renewed. So in the interest of the society, it's not only growth through minerals, but it's also the footprint left by the mineral mining companies. With all respect, but Anglo-American has not have always a great success around the world in this question. It's a global company, a big one. And I think that there is this certain transparency, absolute transparency on what you do. There was one thing that startled me a bit when Riikka Kauppinen, who is known in Lapland area, almost a member of parliament, only a few votes lacking so that she did not make it, and in the previous elections, and she went camping to Vianki, to the area that we are actually referring to, Savetti mine, and she was startled by there were companies' guards on the premises over there, and they said that Riikka, apparently there were other campers as well, said don't come here, even though such restriction cannot exist. So therefore, global industry, I think, has a bad reputation. Like in Latin America, mining companies have caused major human rights violations in this way, by taking over certain areas. So therefore, there's bad echo to this. And now on the corporate side, I think they have burden of proof to make sure that things are done as they should. Okay, you, Pertti, represent Sakatti, and you have a mine in Sodankylä. A short comment. It's Riikka Karppinen. Oh, sorry, yes, that's her name, indeed. And it was last winter when there was a rebellion extinct, El Kapina, that was having manifestations and demonstrations under the area, I think mid-March, and were forced, in order to secure the works, to hire guards. And there was a gate, and it was approved by the landowner. We closed that gate, and somebody wanted to enter through that gate to our area where we had the permits in place, and that was our working site. So that was the big picture. It was not like stopping campers or walking in the wetland. And the rebellion extinct movement also went to the machine and stopped our machines there. So there were no sort of campers being prohibited. Pertti, could you further say, about 20 years ago you already started to research this deposit in Sodankylä, and when will the mine start production? Well, 2004 was the discovery. It is a very rich, high metal content copper, nickel, platinum deposit with critical metals, that is. And the research has been going on slowly because the location is a natural protection area corner. So we have a definition of things when we can do and what we can do. And currently we are assessing the environmental impacts. We've finished with that, and we are now getting towards the permit stage. So I think there are going to be several steps related to permits. And when in Finland, the legislation, well, we haven't been through it all, so there are many questions related to this, and we have to find answers to those questions. We self-assess that by 2023, or 33, perhaps that's prediction, so 10 years from now, more or less. And we do hope that the critical raw materials regulation will speed up the process. But say 10 years, and we are ready now to develop things further within this timeline. And there is the government's exceptional permit needed, right? And if the government will handle this, will give the permit even though it's in another area. Right, so the specifications of the permit, there's also, well, quite peculiar situation going on actually, but we consider seriously. And I personally consider that the current situation would be very important to give green light to this. And also Turkey was mentioned. Many dependencies are towards very authoritarian countries, and there's also China and sustainability questions and Congo, think of that. Also that is one major. And as to reach this, we need critical raw materials to have self-sufficiency. Also from the sustainability point of view, it's much better that we have stricter environmental law here and we are able to do things ourselves, so produce them versus importing them from states like Congo. In the public debate, I think there's one speciality every now and then, that they talk about all types of mines, all minerals as one, under one umbrella, and then they draw conclusions on them. But if you think of these states, there are different major differences between these states, and also the European Union tries to also find common ground so that we have the same rules in place and that will work. But I think it is very important that Finland uses its opportunities, economic opportunities, and also takes other perspectives and use all the maneuver it has in mining industry.
And does the government agree that we need more mines in Finland? I would say so. I believe so, considering, of course, and taking into account the environmental aspects. There are, of course, exceptions that we can possibly deal with and further certain projects with exceptional permits. Johanna, how does this look from the perspective of Finland Chamber of Commerce? Well, like Pertti said, we have responsible actors and long traditions in this sector, so I believe we have good preconditions in furthering the mining industry. However, I would like to note that these projects are accepted and approved in the local communities is very important, and we have added some elements to the processes regarding environmental protection and local approval and acceptance. And this brings income, of course, to local actors, and in national parks, mining was forbidden, for example. So measures such as these. But when we talk about being independent and dependencies on raw materials, Europe is never going to be 100% independent. I don't want anybody to get the wrong impression. So critical raw materials, the directive or the act is the goal is 10% independence. So Europe will still for a very long time into the future need raw materials from elsewhere. The trade policy is significant. It has a key role that we are looking for partners in other democratic countries. For example, a free trade agreement with Australia might be a very good idea. I would add security to the mix. For example, domestic defense industry is very dependent on certain raw materials, and that is one aspect that we can use to further international relationships and also employment and other things. And then finally, when we arrive at the core level with the security of supply, the defense industry's role in a situation of a crisis is key. In such situations, it is really important to have our own production so that we're not dependent on authoritarian states such as China and polyurethane MDA, that because they have been exporting to Russia, and that has led to very peculiar situations. So these are critical questions in particular for the industry. So critical raw materials, there's a list of about 40 of those that are particularly important for the European Union for digitalization and the green transition. So the establishing of a mine, it takes decades. Heidi Hautala, what do you say about that? I have been following the permit processes of, for example, Hannukaisa iron mine. They have a new permit in the process. And it is not that the authorities are deliberately trying to be slow with the permit processes and the handling of them. But since the companies themselves have to report on things and compile reports, authorities often find them lacking. So they have to ask for further information. And often it is perceived that the authorities are slow and then the companies are suffering because of that. But since you mentioned Congo, when I was a minister, I gave a speech and I said that Lapland is becoming the European Congo, and that caused a huge discussion back then, maybe 10 years ago. So one very interesting piece of legislation, the Company Responsibility Directive. So as well as in European Union and European companies operating outside of Europe, they have to make sure that in their value chain there is no child labor being used, for example. And I believe this will impact, for example, cobalt being used less. So we have new tools that are important to mining companies. I mentioned Outokumpu. Outokumpu, it was found out that their nickel extraction caused problems for native people. And what did they do? Well, they tackled the problem, and now their sustainability and responsibility programs are one of the best in the industry. And so I want to be a bit reserved in this discussion. Let's move on to preparedness. Many of us remember Talvivaara's accidents, environmental incidents. How do you pay attention to responsibility and sustainability? Well, responsibility means taking responsibility in various things for the environment, for the safety of our employees. In Finland, we have good legislation that really regulates how you are able to operate. Permit processes are very precise. It does demand a lot from the mining companies. We have a responsibility systems in cooperation with various operators. We have a network of responsible mining. There's a standard of responsible mining which defines what responsible mining is, what it is, and how you should go about it. So this then, when it is followed, is what responsibility is all about. A sad example that we have had, of course, you have to keep monitoring that these are followed, and your personal internal control and management has to function well. And they do, because stock-listed companies, it is not pleasant for them to encounter such incidents and problems. So internal control management is emphasized. And local acceptance in mining industry is extremely important. You can transfer operations from Finland to Sweden, even to China. Some steel companies, of course, other factories can be moved, but you cannot transfer a mine. Mine is local, and it is difficult to operate if it doesn't have local acceptance. And planning control is the municipality or the city, the area, the region where the deposit is located. 70% of a local population, or conducted by the University of Lapland, conduct these surveys. 70% of people reply to these, whether they accept the mine being there or not. Is there a conflict there between environmental protection and mining? What do you think? Heidi, you have sent several questions to the Commission. What I have been always interested in, that in the EU we have a good directive on the monitoring of environmental impacts, but I feel we're not really imposing that. And I feel that all sides should improve their actions. But I would say that yes, there is a conflict. It is about the electrification that all of us are for. I suppose we all support that, although personally I still drive a biofuel vehicle, but we haven't really adopted all the tools that we have in regards to the directive, for example. And we should, in all decision making, really assess all impacts. And we are in a hurry. We can't wash away the conflict, but I'm sure we can minimize it. What I'm really interested in, and I know this doesn't fulfill all the need, but this critical raw materials remaining in the circulation, the circular economy, how do others feel about what we can do to speed that up? Because I'm sure that's one solution. Pertti, circulating, recycling is very important, and through that, we can compensate on new raw metals. But if we take, for example, copper vehicle and biofuel vehicle, if we replace all fuel cars with electric vehicles, we need 4 times more copper and other metals. So where do we take that from? So recycling is not sufficient for the green transition. According to the calculations of the Geological Research Institute, they state that we need many-fold more metals than we have ever been able to mine as a humankind. Can we reach that? Probably not, but we need to do that and keep recycling the metals as well, because population is going to start going down. Currently, we're not there yet, however. Apologies, I have to remove myself now from the discussion, but I want to thank everyone. And just as my last words, we're talking about, can we sacrifice a Natura area values for the mining industry? This is now, I think that should be some kind of boundary not to be crossed, but I want to thank everyone for this discussion. Very good. We still have 15 minutes, and Johanna, you had asked for the floor. Right. Regarding the Critical Raw Material Act, there is a 25% goal for recycled materials. But of course, we are far away from that number, and that will not be sufficient. We also in the future we will need new minerals as well. In terms of circular economy, it is rising on the agenda. It is emphasized more. The markets have not been ready and ripe for circular economy yet, so I expect to see an acceleration of that in the next few years. But then regarding the conflict between environmental protection and mining, I feel we should avoid setting the stage for this conflict. We have more than 40 mines in Finland currently, and in many of these locations, mining and local inhabitants live side by side in a good way. And whenever there is an accident or incidents, people are really bothered by it. It bothers everyone. It's a problem for everyone because companies work really hard to avoid any incidents, and we at the Chamber of Commerce train companies actively, and they really invest in self-monitoring. There really is a will there to act responsibly. Mining always has some permanent impacts on the environment, but like Bertti said, these minerals are needed for the green transition. Can it be that the green transition won't happen because we don't have sufficient minerals? Wilhelm Junnila. Well, this is a symbiosis. In order to reach certain environmental goals that requires certain minerals. So this is kind of, was there the chicken or the egg first? Which came first? On the state level, do we look at these things through the norms of the state level? Is something environmentally friendly and so on? However, the final result is greatly impacted on whether something is done in China or in Congo, where they don't care at all about some of the things that we value. Regarding Heidi's Congo comment, I have sometimes compared this to the discussion of landmines. There was a time when everybody felt they were extremely important. Then we signed the Ottawa Agreement, and we gave justifications for stopping using them with a war in Yugoslavia or in other places. Although we had processes in place when and how to use them, no, we only presented the worst case scenarios internationally as justification for the Ottawa Agreement. It's a bit the same here. In certain areas of the mining industry, we have the best legislation in the world, the best monitoring in the world. But it's easy to criticize that through international examples of how things are done elsewhere. So I also feel that this is about more important is to develop the cooperation in this symbiosis than finding differences between them.
Each and every project is a different one, and the individual environmental impacts will be assessed. And if you think of permits and the processes in place, they last very long here. And I think earlier somebody referred to that mine, to set up a mine and up and running, that will take decades before it's up and running. And therefore, I would say you have to be careful, and we do this carefully. And if we would like to smoothen and speed up the permits, if now we talk about decades of process to get a mine up and running, I would say that is something I'm sure could be reduced in time without doing things in a nonchalant way. What about you, Bert, your permits? Well, the environmental impacts assessment was launched about 5-6 years ago, and the assessment was renewed. We actually supplemented it. So yes, the authorities did ask for due diligence, and the environmental permit as such, the application, I think, will be submitted next year. That is the objective. And now the natural question is also there. We have done the assessment, and the outcome is that there is not major impact on the natural area, but the perspective of the authorities is that there's not yet proof of that. There's a risk that there could be an impact. So we are applying for the derogation, the exception. We haven't that yet here. There are about 30 cases in Europe, and even one mine has been established with the exception, not in Finland. But how long will this process then take here? I don't know. But if we go back to projects that are not in the area of vicinity of natural or any other nature conservation areas. So in that case, the estimate is 10 years. 10 years as you get all permits for a project. If there's common will by the government and that there's a will to have more mines and mining in Finland, and you could do that sustainably, what do you need? What are the concrete steps in order to have our own sustainable mining here? What is needed more? Pertti. Well, the critical raw materials regulation gives you one-stop shop, so one place where the authorities and the permit process will start from. It does not mean that they are going to weaken the permit process itself. There are still the same rules in place and they are valid, but there's just more coordination. And in this project that I just described, one problem is that nobody really knows what to do next. And there's a lot of time involved because you need to ask another authority, what do we do next? What is the next step? Do we need to first have urban plan in place or natural derogation application first? What is the thing? And therefore, we are involved in many processes where something actually launches something else. And then finally we come up to something. But we're now waiting for many things to happen. And that, I think, if you think of the regulation on critical raw materials, so this one-stop shop system when it's entering into force, it will work, that it will also smoothen the process of permits so that it is progressing and you know the stages, you know the step what to do next. And then you might perhaps do this step by step, even simultaneously, so do it multiple times, things at the same time. So that would be an improvement without deteriorating the quality of it. Wilhelm, please. One challenge is related to time, indeed. If you think of certain documentation, you prepare that, you do that for the first time, and the authorities and stakeholders are doing it for the first time. It's like Olkiluoto 3 nuclear power station. When you have power station documentation, you were doing that same time, it did not exist, and then you continued on that. It has an impact. There are certain stakeholders who don't invest because they know how extensive and time-consuming the process is. So therefore, it would be very important that it would not be up to red tape and bureaucracy. You have to, of course, be careful here. What is the government doing? Something concrete to speed up things? We are considering right now the Natura exception, the derogation, that is example, and the circular economy was mentioned as well. Well, that's not up to the government. If you think of circular economy in the regard that there are certain raw materials which do not have the technology to be extracted and be cost effectively taken into use. If you think of launching mining, it takes decades. So also in circular economy, there are technological challenges involved that might take even equally long or even longer. So therefore, we need both of them and as quickly as possible. Okay, very quickly. So I need to say something good about the government because they are now indeed preparing for an agency of permits. So that would be the one-stop shop. Thank you for that. Okay, we have one question from the audience online. There's a reflection. Is it really own production of critical raw materials if foreign companies are doing the extraction in Finland? What do you say, Pertti? Well, these are huge capitals that we talk about. This investment is more than 1 billion. And I was earlier in the delivery project in the southern or central Ostrobothnia region. The investment is there, but I did tour Finland trying to beg for investment money for Finland. This is a great project. So having that domestic thing and then redefine that to a chemical, it don't take place. It's Southern African company doing it now. And the same goes for the others as well. So these investment, the money cannot be found in Finland. But a reminder for you, the job, the work is actually done locally. You pay taxes locally, and then also the materials usually remain here. So it's not just refined, it's been melted. Next step is redefinition or the battery chemical factory. So it means there's a long chain of things staying in Finland if you think of the value-added chain that is related to mines. So one could say that nobody's doing this for fun as a mining company. You need to have at the bottom line money and then do more investments. So these are, of course, the commercial foundations, and you need to get profits. But, as said, a lot of that remains in Finland. Pertti, is it certain that you will be having production, or do you study 20 years and then finally no production? Well, I am certain it is, if you think of the metals, they are needed. It's great quality metal. The content is very high. I think 5-fold compared to the currently produced metals. And we can reduce the environmental impact. Even though you do need the derogation to the Natura permits, don't be concerned, in particularly wetlands, that there would be something strange going on. No. So if we did not do this with these premises, so the government will then reflect on this in about a year's time, I think. Well, timing, I don't know. I can't say that. But yes, it's a continuous work. And as I said, this is very much seriously considered. Yes, we have capital poverty. That is a major thing. If you think of the markets, Finland is not a place where you can just like that have investments made, in particular to this size of a project. But then another thing, we need to have foreign skilled workers. If you think of mining industry, it is a grand scale question. So project management only is not just the village of Pudasjärvi where you can find the skilled people. So I do understand that you collaborate with those stakeholders who have similar expertise and knowledge of similar projects. Because if you only would create something here in Finland alone, if that opportunity would be there, well, we would certainly have a much more purely domestic mining industry and investment-related projects going on. Let's create visions at the end towards future. So the government is now preparing for the mineral strategy, thinking that Finland could be a trailblazer, forerunner in sustainable mining. So what about the situation in 20 years? Do you think Europe has increased its self-sufficiency, or are we still dependent on China? What do you think? Johanna. Well, I believe that we have all the prerequisites for that. No, we just need to, well, common will, of course. I think we have found it already in the EU because of the regulation on critical raw materials that shows it. So now it is time to go to the same direction, and I'm sure we can because the conditions are here. Yes, the geopolitical situation, of course, has an impact as well on the big picture. And during the governmental negotiations, the mineral strategy, I was actually drafting that. And that also has an impact on any legislative project of the European Union because without the needs of the area. So yes, we're taking steps forward, but it is so slow, as we've been saying. It's decades and then permits and new challenges coming up. So it takes, unfortunately, a very long time. So therefore, I do wish that we could have good cooperation and also take things forward and also take into account circular economy, possibilities offered by that. So there are many co-projects that we could possibly do, also related to research as well. Finland can take initiatives. Dependency on China is a risk to a certain extent. So what do you think? Will that be materialized at a certain point if the geopolitical situation continues? Well, if you think of foreign policy of Finland, so our relationship with China has changed already recently, and I think will change continuously. So also towards USA, same challenges, and the whole Western world. You think of Philippines and China this week, what happened over there, all of that increases the risks, land-related, but also others, like the example of Russia as well. China is using, if needed, their own power to show things. And it's not tolerable that the Western countries be so much dependent on China. And then Russia's attacking Ukraine. That also meant that certain industrial plants were being returned to Europe. So there are many companies who reacted themselves to the situation. So it's not only a question of the state thinking and doing something. So everything has to be in place, that it also is sustainable, whether there could be conflicts or natural disasters around us. Pertti. Yes, I think we manage well. Don't fear. Finland will not become a land with plenty of holes. We, I think, have 7 projects ongoing right now. Some of them launched in the 1960s, and a couple of them are in their existing mines or next to an existing mine. But the important thing is that we are on this road, that the value chain and the refining the products that will stay in Finland. Because if we're only dependent on imported goods, then it is important to have our own mining industry here that will help that the value chain will stay in Finland and it becomes just longer and it is continuously here related to battery industry and metal industry. Pertti, do you believe that in 20 years' time Finland is a forerunner in Europe in sustainable mining? I believe that we are pioneers in sustainability. We have good legislation, we do the right thing currently, we have the will to improve things, we have critical discussions like here today. We are able to talk about these things frankly, and we are all transparent about this. So we have all the conditions in place. Thank you all speakers, thank you audience as well for this panel discussion, and have a nice rest of the day.
Kiitos paljon Sakatti Mining
Thank you very much for Sakatti Mining and the panelists. And next, time to update treaties for stronger and larger EU will start in 15 minutes time at 3:30. And that will be in English entirely. While waiting for that, please get some coffee and refreshments from the coffee shop downstairs. And if you are on social media and talk about this topic, please use the hashtag #Euroopaforum and also Turku. We'll see you soon.
Hello. Welcome to listen to the debate, Time to Update the Treaties for a Stronger and Larger EU. The parties to the debate will exchange ideas on the enlargement of the EU, a topic that arouses a lot of emotions. The debate is hosted by the Union of European Federalists. You can join the conversation in chat via the QR code on the screen. Welcome.
Thank you, and warm welcome also from my side. My name is Kati Sista. I'm a board member of Young European Federalists, also known as Jeff Europe. I'm really happy that we're having this exchange and discussion today. The enlargement of the European Union is a hot topic that raises a lot of questions and also a lot of emotions, yet it is a significant question for the future of our entire union and our continent. After Russia launched the full-scale attack against Ukraine in 2022, the expansion of the Union has risen into the heart of European discussions. How should the EU change to prepare to welcome the new members? From a federalist perspective, we say that you can't have your cake and eat it too. If we want to welcome new countries into our union, we cannot really say no to reforming our union. The European Parliament President Roberta Metsola has yesterday urged EU reform to cope with this enlargement. We as federalists, of course, support the enlargement and want to see a clear path for countries to join our union. At the same time, we see that our union is not ready to welcome them, and we want to be able to include them in our decision-making and structures in a way that makes sense and is meaningful for them and us. The current debate on European level is very much about how and when are we opening the treaties, whilst in Finland we are often still discussing whether or not we should open them. So maybe a controversial hot take. Do we also want to be, again, left out of the big European discussions if we are stuck? This is also why we are discussing this here today, and we will hopefully also come up with solutions and ideas. The chat wall, as mentioned, is open for questions from the public, which we will hopefully be able to take towards the end of the discussion, so feel free to submit them. And now we will hear the perspectives of the former Finnish Prime Minister, Paavo Lipponen, and Senior Research Fellow from the Finnish Institute of International Affairs, Manuel Müller. Welcome. I will give the floor first to Mr. Paavo Lipponen.
Thank you. Thank you for the good news about Roberta Metsola. Maybe there's some Finnish wisdom behind it. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome all federalists and particularly anti-federalists. For me, it's a kind of a déjà vu experience following the debate, the little there is, on the future of the European Union. I was 3 times involved in intergovernmental conferences, and then in a convention. That was my initiative that discussed these questions. Each time we were preparing the Union for another enlargement by changing, making treaty changes. This time we find ourselves in a similar situation, but there's no debate. Annika Ström, an experienced EU journalist, wrote in Dagens Nyheter on the eve of the European election, a few days before the election day, and I quote, "It is extremely worrying that there is no debate on the most important question. That is how to secure EU's decision-making capability after enlargement." The difference between previous and today's situation is in its seriousness. This time the Union is at a critical, even existential turning point. Are we able to do what it takes to strengthen the European Union in every way? Economically, environmentally, militarily, and so on. But above all, can we gather enough political will to make the necessary treaty changes for a union of over 30 members? Now, I must admit that I'm not too well versed in all the very bureaucratic processes where we stand and in the European Union in this process, but I dare give a few opinions. I'm aware of the important Commission communication in March this year on pre-enlargement reforms and policy reviews. This document and the European debate is weighted in favor of enlargement. Well, it's quite natural. As such, just recognizing various problems lacking any vision about institutional development. As Annika Ström wrote it in her article, there is a multitude of questions being thrown up in the election debate that were commented, but not the most important question. The Commission is due to give at the beginning of 2025 a more thorough assessment of enlargement, followed by sectoral reports and a multi-year financing framework proposal, and this by next summer. Now back to the déjà vu. It is about the doctrinal question, enlargement versus deepening. I was arguing in my time that further deepening of integration is a prerequisite for any major enlargement, whereas my president and foreign minister thought only enlargement is important. It was a bit absurd. Deepening was actually a central question at the intergovernmental conferences, and pragmatically, my government wanted each time to increase qualified majority decision-making. So in that way, actually, I had a mandate. We had a mandate to deepen integration. Once in Nice, 2000, the terrible conference summit, we played a central role. I'll take an example. So we were forcing against France. Chirac was adamantly against an extension of QMV to trade with services. Erkki Tuomioja, Antti Satuli, and Jari Luoto did a great job. And a young foreign ministry diplomat, Alexander Stubb, contributed. The Commission in its document underlines that existing treaties do allow the European Council to decide to extend QMV to several fields should there be the political will to do so. In foreign policy even, tax and social policies, energy and climate. Commission rightly indicates that QMV can be applied to deepening cooperation in justice and home affairs that we actually introduced a new chapter at Tampere in 1999, and to create a permanent structural cooperation framework for defense cooperation. So that's already indicates something where we can go longer. I'll come back to that. Now, where does Finland stand on the fundamental problem of enlarging versus deepening? For treaty changes, the government is paralyzed by the true Finns' resistance. But Finland is working with some like-minded countries to trying to find ways to exploit the existing treaties for the kind of QMV extensions I mentioned. So let us wish good luck to Prime Minister Orpo in this effort while waiting for the major awakening that Europe needs to pull its act together. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I may sound a bit resigned because we are facing a kind of indifference among the political elite in our parliament, Europe-wise. So it's kind of a taboo to touch these fundamental questions. But the European Union cannot survive without deepening of integration. And with enlargement in sight, with countries like Ukraine, I mean, that Ukraine could be member 2030. We know that it won't work on the basis of the present structures. So what is likely to happen is a development towards, as in the 80s, it was talked about Europe de vitesse. That is, like in the EMU, particularly defense, so-called structural cooperation will happen because the major big countries will take care of this. But even this is something that I'm blaming mainly Germany and France. There is no vision, no drive to really discuss this. So going back to the European election, there's no mandate to do anything. At least the Finnish government has no mandate. So thank you for inviting me to speak on these questions. Hopefully, because of the seriousness of the challenges we are facing, we can do something about these basic questions, because now the debate is, I mean, everybody wants to make the union stronger in defense. Everybody wants to work on the environment and so on. But to really get things done, we need treaty changes. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will give the floor from Mr. Muller to comments.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you also to Paavo Lipponen. I think you mentioned a very, very crucial aspect here with this kind of traditional fundamental contraposition of deepening and enlargement. And I think that part of the problem in the public debate is that the reasons for enlargement are right now very clear to everybody. There are clear and compelling geopolitical reasons why the European Union needs enlargement, especially towards Ukraine, but also towards the Western Balkans. And I think maybe it's still not as clear in the public debate often why deepening is also necessary right now and very urgently. So I think maybe I would like to add a few thoughts about why deepening matters right now. And part of this is directly linked to the enlargement question, but a very important part of this is also true completely independently on whether the EU is going to enlarge or not. And the main reason, in my view, is that the EU is, from its institutional structure, fundamentally ill-prepared to the crises that are going to come in the coming years. And part of this, well, there is a long debate going on already about the poly crisis or the perma crisis, as it's called today, so the fact that over the last decade or so, the EU has continuously been confronted with different forms of crisis that were influencing each other. And it is becoming very clear that this is not going to end anytime soon. So this argument that has often been heard that, well, we have now so many crises at hand, let's just solve them and then talk about future institutional reforms, doesn't work anymore because we cannot expect the crisis to end. It's rather on the contrary, we have to reform the European Union in order to be prepared for the crisis to come. These crises include, of course, climate change, which will come, and it will be, well, it will have a great impact. It includes geopolitical challenges. It includes, of course, migration, which will also increase, also partly because of climate change. It includes pandemics, which will become more likely in the future. So there are many things to which the European Union will have to react, and it will have to be able to react quickly because we cannot foresee all these crises. They will come and surprise us. And right now, the EU decision-making procedures are simply extremely cumbersome, extremely inefficient, extremely slow, even when everybody is cooperating. And of course, we have seen over the past years that we cannot expect every member state to cooperate, that we have to assume also bad faith by some actors within the European Union, so we have to be prepared also for that. So this is one of the reasons why institutional reform is necessary in order to make the EU more efficient, more capable to act. Then, of course, there is the other aspect of democratization and making the EU more democratic. In a Eurobarometer of last year, I think, more than half of the European citizens answered that they had the feeling that their voice didn't count at the European level. And this is still a terribly high proportion, and it is much higher than at the national level. So this issue of making the EU more responsive to citizens, of making European Parliament elections more meaningful, of giving European political parties more of a role in shaping policy, is something that will be necessary also in order to maintain the democratic legitimacy and the acceptance of the European Union, especially in a time when the European Union will have to become more efficient and will have to get more power in order to deal with these crises. So the issue of efficiency and the issue of democracy in the end are linked to each other, because you cannot have a powerful European Union that needs to be able to also overrule individual member states in some cases without having also a solid democratic basis for the European Union. And then, of course, a third aspect, unfortunately, is the rule of law crisis and the value crisis that we have seen unfolding in the European Union over the last decade. I mentioned it before, we cannot expect every actor in the European Union to act in good faith. We have seen governments that have gone on a clearly autocratic path. so we need the European institutions to be resilient to this kind of attacks from anti-democratic actors. And that also implies, for example, not giving a veto right to every single government, because sometimes it may just be necessary to outvote governments. So all of this is kind of independent from enlargement. These are reforms that we need no matter what. And now we also have enlargement, which means that we will have even more actors playing a role at the European scene, which means that European politics is going to become even more complicated, that it will be even more difficult to find a consensus on matters and so on. So enlargement is necessary, but it will also exacerbate all of these institutional problems that we already have. So it is necessary, when we are having this debate about enlargement, to also have a debate about institutional reforms. And it may be necessary to have this debate about institutional reforms actually before enlargement, because we already now have a huge problem of reformability in the European Union. We are basically talking about institutional reforms for 10 or 15 years now, more or less since the Euro crisis. And there have been treaties like the Fiscal Compact, where European member states committed to have a treaty reform by 2017, 2018 or something. So there was a clear plan to open the treaties again, and then it wasn't possible because of all the current crises at hand, and because it was clear that some member state would veto a reform and so on. So we already now have this big problem that we know that we need reforms, but we don't actually know how we are going to implement them, because the reform procedure as such is so difficult. And of course, this problem too will just become bigger with enlargement. So if we are not able to reform the European Union now, when we have a clear reason to do so, because we know that we want enlargement and that we need enlargement quickly. So if we are not able to reform the European Union now quickly, it will become even more difficult later. And the perma-crisis, climate change, and so on, as I mentioned before, is not going to go away. Everything will just become more difficult because we will be more member states. And again, all of this is not an argument against enlargement, because enlargement is necessary. It is an argument to deal with institutional reform as quickly as possible. So the best solution probably would be to have a convention now, as quickly as possible, to open the treaties. There are many institutional reforms, of course, that do not require treaty change, but a convention is also useful because of other reasons, because any institutional reform will be a very big and very complicated thing, and a lot of compromises will be necessary among member states, among institutional actors, and so on. So it is useful to have one place where we can discuss all these issues. Whether they require treaty change or not, a convention would be the place where European leaders mostly will come together and discuss about these necessary compromises. If we try to deal with every reform one by one and always try to find like the minimal solution, it will only become more difficult, because it will mean to have more debates at the same time. It will overwhelm national administrations even more than having one convention in one place. And I'm a bit worried that we will not be able to have this convention, that the political will won't be there as quickly as necessary, which would probably mean that we will have some kind of minimal reform before enlargement, that there are some things that absolutely need to happen. For example, we need a new distribution of the national seat quotas in the European Parliament. We cannot have enlargement without redistributing the seats, because otherwise the European Parliament would become too big for the treaties. So there will need to be some reforms in any case, but my worry is that it will just be a minimal reform before enlargement, and then things will become more complicated afterwards, and then we will get what Paavo Lipponen mentioned earlier, this Europe à deux vitesses, or this differentiated Europe. And then again, there will be like two options. There could be like a controlled, organized process towards a differentiated Europe, where you talk, for example, about different levels of participation, where there would be a core and then maybe one or two rings of peripheries and so on. So there could be a structure in differentiation, but in order to have a structured differentiation, you also need treaty reform, because you would need a treaty where you define these different layers. And if we are not able to get a treaty reform, then unfortunately the most likely scenario is that there will be some sort of uncontrolled and chaotic differentiation, which would probably mean more ad hoc coalitions of the willing among member states, which would probably mean that the European Parliament, the European Commission would lose influence because groups of national governments would just take things into their own hands and would act because they would say, well, we need to find a solution to this crisis at hand. We cannot wait for the others. And this, in the end, is something that would lead to institutional erosion on the one side, especially for the supranational institutions, but would also be bad for the relations between the different member states. Because in a world of coalitions of the willing, in a world that is very intergovernmental, it will be the most powerful member states that are going to take the lead. And it will mean that smaller member states will have to follow because they will not be able to kind of influence European policy in the same way as they could with functioning supranational institutions. So in the end, this kind of scenario of chaotic differentiation is probably the one that we will get without institutional reforms, and it is not one that we should wish for the future of the European Union.
Thank you so much for outlining your perspectives on the topic of today. Now it's time to go into the questions from the audience. So feel free to still submit if you have any. We have just about 18 minutes to discuss some of them. I will go ahead and take the turn first. Something that I was thinking, listening to both of your speeches. Paavo Lipponen, you mentioned that fundamental questions of the future of the EU are found as uninteresting or almost like taboo for our current political elite and the member states' leadership. Ursula von der Leyen, the current Commission President, on the other hand, has mentioned when elected Commission President that she wants to see a reform agenda of the European Union and wants to work together with the European Parliament to do this. So my question is, how do you see von der Leyen's mandate or possibility to bring about this reform or bring it forward at least? And can we get the member states on board and get them envisioning the future of our union in this day and age?
Defended the Commission as an institution versus intergovernmentalism, domination of the Council. There has to be, of course, balance. The community method must function. We succeeded in defending because big countries, particularly France, wanted a thorough reform of the so-called reform of the Communist by reducing number of members and so on. And even today, as really the Commission is the institution that gives hope. And there's real dynamism in von der Leyen's appearances. But we have to remember that it's the member states that will decide on any major institutional reform. So it's going to be a pragmatic process with QMV additions and so on. But to have the kind of development that Dr. Miller also was talking about, we need the political will, and that's lacking in major member countries particularly. The taboo thing is that leaders don't dare to speak, and the further you go along on this kind of line, the more difficult it becomes, as Dr. Miller said. So where do we get there's no sense of urgency in the Union. We need to create it, and of course it's fundamentally important that the citizens are aboard in this, the question of legitimacy. But even there we have failed. In Finland we have failed to tackle the onslaught of the kind of movements like the True Finns. And here we are. So I hope we'll see young people who take the lead in Finland.
Yeah, maybe I could also comment on the role of Germany and France, because, of course, they are both rather favorable towards reforms. And there has been this German-French expert group who last year presented the proposals for reform. Of course, these were not they had been nominated by the national governments. The national governments also made clear that these were independent experts. So it was not an official German and French position, but it was also quite close to the thinking, I think, in Berlin and Paris. And they were actually quite friendly towards reform. The problem, I think, with Germany and France is that they feel that there are too many member states who do not want reform. So they are basically afraid of a showdown between the member states that are favorable to reform and the member states who would block it and say we can have enlargement without reform, because they are afraid that this would kind of split the union. And of course, the problem of trying to avoid this conflict is that waiting doesn't help, and that if we do not seek reform, it will not come, and it will not be able to convince other member states that reform is necessary if we do not have this conversation. In general, I think Germany and France right now are focused on keeping the union together. So when talking about differentiation, it's something that especially Germany likes to avoid. Germany prefers to have the union as a whole and would like to kind of convince all member states that reforms are useful. And there again, they are kind of afraid of talking too openly about differentiation in order to avoid that this becomes something self-fulfilling. Because the moment that you say, okay, we are going to talk about how differentiation could look like, there is a risk that everybody is only going to focus on that rather than on the reforms that are necessary in the first place, and that might be the reason for differentiation. But again, there is this problem: if we do not talk about how differentiation could look like, there is a risk that in the end we will get this chaotic differentiation, that we will not get a differentiation that actually works, but like the worst of all worlds. And I think this is something where, Germany and France are not showing like the full potential of the leadership that they could, because they are a bit afraid that they might put things into motion that then do not end at the place where they want it to end. But of course, well, if there is no leadership, that doesn't help either. And the Commission might help. I think Ursula von der Leyen is prioritizing enlargement over reform. There is a certain fear that conflict about reform could then also compromise the enlargement debate, and that in the end we will get neither reform nor enlargement. But there again, this fear of having these conversations, the fear of having the necessary conflicts about deepening and widening, also won't lead to a good solution. So I think the best hope is that the review that the Commission has announced for next year might set in motion some discussions, and that this could be a starting point for even more. But so far, everything that we have heard out of the Council has been very, very muted and very, very, well, cautious, but not necessarily in a positive way.
Yeah, kind of going into the question that has been already touched upon, support from citizens, which is necessary both for enlargement and treaty reform. I've received multiple versions of the question, why is enlargement necessary, or why is treaty reform necessary? So I'm taking one specific question in connection to that. In my country, Denmark, this is from Jakob, we need a referendum, like is the case in many countries, to open or change the treaties. How can we convince the citizens that this is necessary, and how do we engage them in this debate?
Well, by talking about it. I mean, the main problem about institutional reform is that there is so little discussion about it that the moment you say institutions, a lot of people immediately stop listening. And of course, it's difficult. I also understand that it is difficult for policymakers to get out and start to talk about it when they know that nobody wants to listen to that. It's difficult for the media to put these issues on the front page when they know that they are going to sell less newspapers if this is on the front page and not something about Putin. So it's difficult, but it's necessary to start this debate, because in the end there are good arguments. And with good arguments, you can win a public discussion. You just have to lead it. And of course, there was an attempt, especially by the European Parliament, to launch a discussion with the Conference on the Future of Europe 2-3 years ago. Unfortunately, this conference was basically boycotted by the Council. There were too many governments who made clear from the beginning that they did not expect anything to come out of it, who insisted mostly that this was not the start of a treaty reform process. So again, the media thought, why should we write about it if this is probably not leading to anything? And then the result of that was that there was no broad debate about it, that this Conference on the Future of Europe was basically invisible to most citizens. And then it became a self-fulfilling prophecy, because, of course, nothing came out of it if nobody talked about it. So it is difficult to start these debates, but it is necessary, and with the current sense of urgency, which we did not have with the Conference on the Future of Europe, at least not at the beginning, because it started before the attack on Ukraine, or at least the full invasion of Ukraine. Now it is clear that there is this sense of urgency with regard to enlargement, and institutional reforms, as I mentioned before, are connected to enlargement. So I think this is a good moment to get out and start this public debate.
Well, the sense of urgency should have been there at latest after Crimea. So now we are pants down.
Yes, thank you. I will take the next question here. So, see if I can now it's moving weird. But the question is, it's disappeared from the screen, but apologies for that. Technology isn't my friend today, but it was about also arguing towards the citizens why enlargement is necessary. The person asking the question is seeing or is concerned about if this enlargement will create additional risks to our EU institutions and also will lead to fragmentation of European interests. How do you see this concern? Why is enlargement necessary? Mr. Lipponen, if you want to start.
Well, enlargement, of course, is necessary, but we cannot neglect all the problems with the candidate countries. Did I mention yesterday that Tony Barber in the Financial Times has been writing repeatedly on the problems of nationalism, what's it about Kosovo, not to speak of Ukraine. So we cannot neglect explaining also these problems. It's too much now weighted on the enlargement. The Prime Minister yesterday didn't speak about anything else than enlargement. So it's a way of misleading the citizens in Europe not to talk about the real problems, which are serious.
Thank you. And Mr. Miller?
Yeah, I think there are several arguments in favor of enlargement. One is, in a very general way, if we think that it is good to have the European Union with its supranational institutions instead of a purely diplomatic system, then a priori it is a good thing to have more countries within the supranational system. Of course, this is a very basic argument, which then has to be qualified a lot, because if enlargement means that the supranational system doesn't work anymore, then it becomes a problem. But a priori, it is good to have more member states in. And then specifically talking about the member states, I agree that there are a lot of problems in these candidate countries, and that it is necessary to talk openly about these problems. But of course, we have also seen that historically, with all the enlargement rounds, enlargement has been a positive factor to influence, for example, the democratic development of a country. It started in Spain and Portugal and Greece. It went on with the Central and Eastern European countries that joined after 1990. In all of these countries, the perspective of joining the European Union helped to make the country more democratic, to modernize it, and so on. Right now, we have seen, especially on the Western Balkans, the problem that when the enlargement process takes too long, at a certain moment it loses its credibility. And we see that anti-democratic actors in these countries are getting more successful because they say, well, the European Union doesn't give us a credible perspective of joining. The European Union only talks about enlargement, but it doesn't do it. And when the citizens in these countries start to lose trust in the European Union, that's bad for the European Union. So at some point, we need to get real about enlargement. This does not mean that we should ignore the problems. On the contrary, it means that we should talk very clearly with the governments of these countries about the reforms that they need to implement in order to join the European Union. But when they make progress, it also means that we must be open to them, that we must prepare to accept them in order not to lose credibility, and from a geopolitical perspective also in order not to let other authoritarian actors influence these countries.
Thank you.
Okay,
yeah, almost running out of time,
final point. So this again means that we must be ready to accept them. We must be open to them, and that means that we must do the institutional reforms that we need to be ready for that.
Yeah. Time to get tough with them, and also take care that the United States is not interfering all the time.
Thank you so much.
And they are not interested in making the European Union stronger.
Thank you. With that, I thank you both for a lovely debate. Also, our audience for listening, both online and here physically in place in Turku. I'm happy that we're having this discussion, especially here in Turku. Of course, we hope to continue these discussions over the next end of the day and tomorrow. We have a group of young federalists from across the Nordics and Baltics here with us. So I hope we can continue debating and discussing this over the next days. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Union of European Federalists. Sorry about that. And speakers. In 15 minutes, the program continues here with a panel discussion, Climate Crisis-Induced Insecurities in Europe. 15 minuutin päästä ohjelma jatkuu Eurooppa-nuorten ja Turun Eurooppa-nuorten paneelilla Ilmastokriisin luoma turvattomuus Euroopassa. Sillä välin voitte käydä hakemassa kahvia ja pientä
with the topic Climate Crisis-Induced Insecurities in Europe. And in the meantime, please get some refreshments downstairs. And if you are discussing online, please use the hashtags Europe Forum and Europe Forum Turku. Thank you.
Hei ja tervetuloa seuraamaan Euroopan
Hello
nuorten ja
and
Turun
welcome
Eurooppa-nuorten
to
paneelia
follow the
ilmastokriisi
GEF Finland and
uusi
GEF
Euroopassa.
Turku session,
Paneelissa
Climate
keskustellaan
Crisis Induced Insecurities in
nuorten
Europe. In the panel,
tulevaisuusnuoristen
climate refugees are being discussed, young people's concerns regarding the future, slowness of decision making and frustration with democracy. And you can participate in the discussion through the QR code now up on the screen.
It will be simultaneously interpreted into English. You can listen to the discussion in English via the Interprefy application. You can download it onto your phone using the QR code on the screen. Please mind the other listeners and use your headphones. The password or token for this stage is on the screen also. Eurooppa-nuoret ja Turun Eurooppa-nuoret, olkaa hyvä.
GEF Finland and GEF Turku, please. The floor is yours. Thank you and welcome on my behalf. My name is Pieta Päivänen. I'm the Vice President of GEF Finland. We often focus on international conflicts and their threats, but nowadays it's important to widen this concept because Europe and Finland meets a lot of threats that don't know any borders. One of these is the climate crisis, and this is also going to affect the safety and security of a state. This is challenging because this crisis is creeping up on us very slowly and unexpectedly. When the threat is already present, it is often too late to act. We have here today Emma Hakala, leading researcher from the Finnish Institute of International Affairs, Heidi Hautala, former member of the European Parliament, and Antti Regelin, UN Youth Climate Delegate in the panel. My first question to you is, what are the main security threats in the future caused by the climate change? Emma, Very good question. I would like to divide these into three different categories. First of all, we have very big threats like extreme weather phenomenon, rains, very hard rains, and other catastrophes like these. And these are not as big of a threat for Finland as they are elsewhere, but it is still good to prepare for very extreme weather phenomenon. Then we have threats that build chains. That is the second category. There, a climate threat is combined with political or economical results, consequences, and these often cause chain reactions that go across country borders. And the impacts may reach Finland as well. For example, disruptions in supply chains of medicines, for example, or in agricultural products or other critical products. There may be disruptions in the deliveries of these products. And also political stability or instability is also a threat to us, thinking about what is happening within Europe. For example, in southern Europe, the agricultural production is experiencing disruptions, and the effects reach other countries as well. And as a third category, kind of transfer periods, what we are doing, we are very late in trying to tackle the climate change, and we have to carry out massive actions. And the question is, what does this mean for our political stability within the country? And these are some of the threats that we are facing already now. Then Heidi. Is my microphone on? Unfortunately, the sound is very, very low right now. Different threats and the risks in economic development should be taken seriously in all planning. The costs and expenses for economic development caused by climate change are going to be significant if we think about studies which clearly show that there is now several voices on the feed from the floor to the interpreter. And in order, also the price goes up of the measures that we have to conduct and implement to control climate change. And if we don't begin the journey of a political and economical transformation, this will get very expensive. And the resilience of the society is going to experience challenges if the economic development decreases and weakens due to the cost caused by climate change. Then the ability of the state and the social system is going to weaken to carry the burden. So we have a lot more to lose, even if we would invest fully in tackling climate change. We're sort of sleepwalking right now. So we are slow. The processes are very slow, but I'm sure we will continue the discussion on that. Excellent contributions from the panelists. I would like to highlight something a bit more abstract, which is a security threat in regards to how our attitudes are, especially when in the future we are experiencing these kinds of planetarian turning points. At the moment, this is still accelerating this negative development. But I feel like we do really need to change our thinking that when certain turning points are reached and there is no turning back, the ripple effects and the consequences are not the kind that we are prepared for in short cycle politics. For younger people trying to think to 2070 something, we often talk about 2050 year. 2050, we have to try and remember that we have to try and stop climate change. Biodiversity loss, the crisis of that is very serious one, and we don't often pay a lot of attention to that. But even at the point when we manage to stop this development in some way, does the world still look like, is the state in the world still the kind that these measures have any kind of impact? How should the European Union prepare itself for these security threats caused by climate change? Heidi? Yes, let's see if I can turn on this microphone. Yes, it does work. Great. Okay. For the past 5 or 7 years, I have been in a committee for international trade, a member in that committee. It's an extremely important, interesting area because we talk about a large variety of relationships that the EU has with other countries outside of the European Union. And European Union has individual instruments, for example, to restrict imports of products that cause loss of forests, for example. And now we have the Company Responsibility Directive. I feel the change in the paradigm has taken place, but it's not a straightforward road. It is this short-cycled nature, as you spoke, as you said. So all trade agreements of the European Union, we should carry out an assessment of climate consequences. If the EU is awarding customs benefits to certain countries, without certain countries are able to import things without customs. Cambodia, for example, this is just an example. How does that impact their ability to produce rice, for example? European Union has these relationships that have global consequences. It is quite clear, I'm sure, that the EU should hold on and follow up on their own commitments regarding carbon neutrality, for example. The intermediary targets until 2040, because I hope we reach those, because that really measures the temperature very well. Have the power relationships in Europe changed, and how much? I personally feel that we cannot turn back on the road of green transition, because companies have really started to tackle this issue. They have intermediary plans in place. How are they planning to reach the intermediary climate targets that the EU has set? So I do have hope, and I feel that this observation is the situation uncontrollable, or can we still control it with the measures that we have at our disposal in the future? I'm not hopeless, and there's a lot of interesting topics to research. Okay, if I may continue regarding how the European Union should prepare itself for these threats. I can't speak on individual legislative processes or projects, but Operation Arctis that does a lot of good advocacy work. In the future, we may be facing a situation where we need methods to modify the climate. If we see that we cannot reach our targets and the situation worsens, so how far are we prepared to go before we have to decide between two very bad options? So climate interventions is one topic that we don't know enough about. There's not enough research data on that. It's quite clear that there are threats and risks included in those methods, but we should also direct research towards methods that are unpleasant, because it is possible that we will end up in a situation where they may be needed. If someone starts carrying out climate interventions, the negative impacts may happen somewhere else. So how do we go about this global governance? That is not an easy topic. Yes, and I want to make sure that everybody understand. I'm not speaking in favor, but it's true. We can't always select from good choices. And how close are we to a situation that the Gulf Stream is slowing down and the ice in the North Pole, for example, is melting to a great extent. So we need to consider all of those scenarios. Emma, do you have something to add? How to stop sleepwalking? Well, preparing for threats and risks in order to prevent them is, of course, part of climate policy. In order also to avoid transitional threats that I described previously. But regarding preparedness and preparation, the impacts that we already know will be coming, I feel there's still a lot of development work to be done also in the European Union. So even if we are following different weather developments, and we might be able to break that down into political measures, and I don't think there's enough research on that, which is unpleasant every time a researcher is asking for more research. But I do feel that the environmental and societal impacts and the combination of those two is something we need more information on.
Then related to the decision-making process, so Greta Thunberg was leading the climate strikes of young people, showing their frustration towards the climate action. And then after that, more and more, there was people talking about the frustration and angst amongst young people related to climate. And there's frustration also as for slowness of democratic decisions amongst young, and also that their ambitious targets are watering down in the decision-making process. So where is the problem in the decision-making process, even though many leaders say they want to have ambitious targets for climate change questions? Well, from the perspective of the young people, I feel that in many ways this is difficult because they are not always part of the processes where the decisions are taken. But in democratic countries, indeed, the challenge is, if you think of the European elections first, and the US as well has seen that. And we've seen there are counter-reactions related to climate action. And I think that reflects that the aspect of fair justice, social justice is difficult to be incorporated into this. And of course, if you think of fossil fuels, and the industry has huge power, but how to improve the process. I think it's a country which has process orientation. We have to challenge it. And I think it is possible that this is not something that can be improved by only improving a process. Yes, of course, we need to improve the processes, but if you think of Rebellion Extinct, that movement is a good example of something where you have activism has power. It is not a process, even though it might be a bit, but it is not such a process. And being a representative of young people here, I want to contribute, create pressure. And at the same time, the grown-ups also need to make efforts. So I want to give the ball to those who know why decision-making is slow. Last spring, I had a chance to talk to very civilized young people around Europe. No, not a large group, though, but all of them, as I asked what should be done, they all said we need systematic answers. No longer just some isolated individuals trying to solve problems. And I think that is important thought, because that means that we can together try to make a difference on decision making. I like the picture that you're showing right now on the screen, because that shows to you that children and young people indeed they are forced to take the burden on their shoulders, which is not reasonable, because there is real angst, this climate anxiety. And I would like to ask, is it so that the best way to combat this climate anxiety is to act to combat climate change? I have this feeling myself that we need empowerment and not just thinking this is the last generation or your generation is the last one. No, don't have any more children and well, we're not going to solve here the demographic problem, but anyway. But generally, people could join even at small scale and find each other and be empowered by that. So I'm sure that influences decision makers. 2019 European elections result was related to Germany, where young people's climate strike movement was very, very strong. And I think that was visible, not as strong as it is today. So something happened in between here. I don't know what. Here we are. Yes, that phenomenon was very strong in 2019, indeed, before the elections. What about you, Emma? Any thoughts? I don't have the philosopher's stone, just a few thoughts. Maybe my line of thinking is related to decision-making that being slow and difficult, because quite often these actions and the measures are to be considered that they are, well, for some people, something that is unpleasant, but that is not true in all of the cases. But I think there is somehow a link to that there's a lot of misinformation and disinformation around. And I think perhaps it's a human thought. We don't want to give up something because we have now an interest or we have gained something, good things that we have, we don't want to waive that. And quite easily people think change automatically is always a change for the worst, even though that would not be the case in real life. And all that requires political courage in order to be able to take also perhaps these undesired decisions and adopt them. And in the political system, that is hard to do. And I do understand, and quite often the parties who try to get through with these harsh measures or strict measures are not always the popular ones. So it is not an easy task. On one hand, I think absolutely that democracy is the best system, after all, to solve climate crisis. But at the same time, we have to say that it's a very slow one. I don't think we have seen an autocrat who would solve anything like that, no. Yes, exactly. Democracies are the only ones that can act for this cause. Antti, you said fossil fuels there, and that's quite true that all power does not lie in the political decision-making process. Others have power as well as stakeholders. Who has the most power to act in combating climate change, and who should have more power? As a related decision-making process, are we asking for change? Easy question, that one. All right. I think that we have the superpowers who are linked directly to fossil industries. And even though if you think of fossil fuel companies, they are playing a huge role. And also disinformation, as we've seen historically, they've been playing a role in the past, but also during this present time. I think it's good to remember that legislation is a way, as Heidi said during last term, there's Corporate Social Responsibility Directive and so on. So you can do something about it. But who should have the power? I wish in general that we would be at a certain point able to reach an economy or system in a state where you have, if you have any wealth or whatever you have as assets, and rewarding the good deeds. And you have action that is sustainable from the environmental perspective, any commerce that is sustainable, you get the most reward for that. And not rewarding, like the current system is rewarding those, there's ignorance. They don't take into account enough any disasters or any problems related to the environment. I would say Western world and the global-based world in general do have this historic burden. And it is very important, as we speak about international diplomacy, to remember that the global south and global north, what is their view towards one another, and what about the position of China towards them, and what is China doing? So I'm sure you can't close your eyes about this. There is a certain distribution of power out there. Well, I think one of you might know, I think there was an initiative that fossil fuel companies could be banned in the corridors. They can't do any lobbying in the climate summits. Wasn't that an initiative? Who has been lately to these places? I have not been there myself. I have not yet been. I will be there next year. Okay, but there has been the idea. Perhaps try to voice up and try to stop their lobbying. And sometimes I've seen that the high-quality media say we do not publish anymore the worst polluters, 10 worst advertising anymore. So something like that. Different stakeholders being courageous enough to oppose them. The power that is now breaking down things or slowing down things. I'm not perhaps setting the example, maybe. So the systemic solutions must be there, and you can't get them without having very extensive platform of people required for them, and also revealing any connections if there are connections. Very briefly, there's one example. Many people say it's justified to restrict or somehow regulate the toxifying substances or other detrimental, harmful substances marketing. But now you talk about fossils, and people are saying that, well, they should be there. Well, just to simplify this a bit. But perhaps next year, I can tell you next year whether there is a ban for them or not. But so far I've understood that there's still a lot of oil lobbyists around. It is a historic burden on the shoulders of the wealthy countries. So now financial questions, climate funding will be a big deal. And quite often it's India protesting, saying we're not involved because you rich countries don't take responsibility over your actions. So this is one thing where I think we have been too prudently taking our steps forward. So-called Western countries' commitments to support developing countries in combating climate change and adjusting to it are not being implemented. And I don't remember hundreds of millions or billions at stake here. So they underestimate this all the time. What is the Global South's justified view? Because others did actually have the people, the poor countries, and the countries do this. And now there are trials, actually. That is interesting. I think the Pacific Islands are now going to a trial. And there are Swiss grandmothers also. There's a trial against Switzerland, and also in Finland, also the NGOs against the government. So there could be in the courts something happening if the political decision maker can't do it. I do think that there are many sectors who have power, and they should have power as well in democracy, yes. But at the same time, I want to say that the biggest power lies on the corner of the political decision makers, because they had the keys to this, to make transformation, big changes. And therefore, I would like to ask for courage. But something else that came to my mind from this discussion is the media. The media also plays a big role here on how the climate change discussion takes place. And I would say that this can be seen as been doing studying and research on this climate security questions for the past 13 or 14 years myself. And throughout that time period, I've seen a massive change on how there is a public debate on these questions and how media is handling these questions. And I think, yes, it's all the time for the better. It's now deeper and more awareness that we can see around these questions in Finland. And there is a great opportunity in this. But on the other hand, if you think of on the time during times of information and influencing, there are new threats around. Emma, as we spoke about 2019, when there was this large activism phenomenon around that, have you seen any slowdown with that? Because security discussions are on the agenda in the media. What about the climate questions? Are they put aside? Well, not to the extent that I feared, thinking that traditionally security questions make a return to the agenda and that would have put climate questions aside. No, that has not happened. Partially because the effects are so obvious to us. And you can see the links. The energy crisis has a crisis to how to combat the climate change. And in Finland, we indeed have been able to see that this promotes energy, security of energy supply here and national security as well. So we have wind power as well and so forth. So I would say that in this regard, it has been nice to note. Well, I don't know if it's nice to note, but anyway, we have, well, now multi-crisis ongoing and we have to deal with many threats simultaneously. But yet, there's not only having just one topic on the item and discussion. So there's room for multiple crises in the media, you mean? Yes.
Okay, we can move on from decision-making processes to climate refugees. It's one of the climate change's consequences already. Those elements exist. And we may face a situation very soon where Europe is facing larger amounts of climate refugees, also Finland. So how do you feel this will look like in Finland and how should Finland prepare itself? Heidi, would you like to start? I believe that already now we see climate refugees in Finland, but I don't know if it can be an official grounds for applying for a refugee position. It has to be some other official reason based on the Geneva Agreement. It has been presented that we should change the Geneva Agreement in that respect. But if we start changing it, shall I tell you what happens? I think you know what happens. So that is not really an idea that is suitable for today's world. Of course, we could do more to adjust for climate change so that people wouldn't have to leave their home areas. And that is related then to our development initiatives and efforts. And so this is a very difficult question. It's almost against all reason. I feel that in general, in this discussion, it's good to remember that if we have a negative attitude towards refugees or immigration in general, the type of refugees that is not that are coming for unrecognized reason would be easier to accept. Well, it's easier to approach the topic by giving various justifications for it, but I don't think that will automatically lead to a situation where people will approve of it. And how states can prepare themselves, I think quite a few measures are directed at crisis resilience and preparedness for various catastrophes. This is just my personal thinking. A lot of things that are somehow related to climate refugees or climate immigrants are linked to society's resilience, which is something that is under a lot of burden anyway. I feel like because we will be receiving climate refugees, we should do certain things instead. We should focus on becoming more prepared and more resilient in general, which will improve our position as well as the position of the possible refugees. For this reason, the core reason, what is the actual reason behind refugees coming? Is it climate? Is it political conflicts? That is why it is very difficult to define who is a climate refugee. And in general, trying to foresee how many climate refugees we might see in the future, these estimates vary from the differences in the different estimates are really great, sometimes hundreds of thousands or millions even. There's going to be more immigrants, more refugees, because we have several various reasons for people leaving their home countries and areas. But we should remember that refugees that are leaving, going to different areas, people don't originally plan to come to Finland. They go to the nearby area that is closest to them. So a situation where we might see millions of refugees here in Finland should not be the starting point. Instead, like it was mentioned, we should build our society's resilience, make it stronger, and not only use this as one new reason why we should build up obstacles for people arriving in Finland. Yes, right. Many other crises in Europe, including the climate crisis, you see the consequences quite unevenly between different European countries. In Southern Europe, we have long droughts already in the summer. How is responsibility currently distributed regarding the climate actions, and how should it be distributed? Heidi or Emma, would you like to start? Sure. In fact, I'm not aware that there would be a mechanism that distributes the responsibility between different European countries, which would allow us to compensate for a particular country. And my guess is that in the future, when this phenomenon accelerates, we will face a question or questions from the Southern European countries that are suffering more than others about being able to distribute the consequences more evenly between the countries, at least financial consequences. And this is a topic, a discussion I have not seen or heard of yet. But it should definitely be on the agenda to make sure that this is not something that causes disruption within the EU. We see already that we have severe consequences in certain countries due to the climate change, or climate change increases the probability of certain phenomenon. And in the European Union, we have those countries react, and the Commission does send support, but it's quite case-by-case type of approach. Of course, we could consider, is there a 42.7 clause? I think it's a solidarity clause in the Convention of European Union. So we do have things like that. And it's nice to see that from southwestern Finland, firemen travel to Portugal to put out some fires. I don't understand any Spanish, but I did understand from the Finnish broadcasting company today that there are huge flooding in Madrid and people were being warned. And then I thought, what does Europe mean for me? And it means that I'm interested in what is happening in different parts of Europe. And that sort of strengthens this notion that we are committed to each other in this common Europe. And it has to be visible also in the European Union's budget. There are already mechanisms which are used to distribute and to harmonize the differences. Is climate change one criteria, or is that only indirect criteria? I don't know. That is something I think about. If we can divide things based, on geography or other things, well, I think at least indirectly, if there is a very poor harvest somewhere, for example, yes, there are support mechanisms for situations like that. But it's interesting to see, as Sauli Niinistö is writing a report regarding the overall total security in Europe, what that will look like. And Ursula von Leyen, as she visited Finland, she identified this type of preparedness and in Finland, and I think she recognized that, and that is the reason why Sauli Niinistö was asked to prepare this report, perhaps. My favorite book when I was young, What Are Our Plants Good For? Part 1 and Part 2 was one of my favorite books, and it was about, if things go really wrong, what do we eat then? Right, and Finland is perhaps not in the front lines suffering of climate change. Well, I have to say that in the northern parts, in the Arctic, the Sami people, for example, are experiencing difficulties in reindeer herding because of their nutrition changing. They can't find food because the snow conditions are different than they used to be in the wintertime. And permafrost is melting in the northern parts of Russia. So those areas are close to us. That's true, yes. Something that is going to be a very difficult discussion is the more north we go, the impact or the relational warming is greater. And perhaps us humans can survive in certain temperatures, but the warming in the Arctic area, the northern Arctic area, the interest of great powers to that area. I think in all scenarios it is included that the northern pole area is going to be ice-free in the summertime. So the climate is warming up faster there than elsewhere. This solidarity article and Finland's role in that in the future, how willing is Finland going to be in supporting other countries, as Finland will have its own challenges to solve? How functional is that article of solidarity going to be? Or are we going to end up in a crisis type of situation like during the COVID pandemic, where we look at our own region first and then only see how we can help others? Well, the question, how will the rest of the world follow? This is not the easiest if we think about how wealth or power is distributed and how the consequences of climate change should be compensated in Europe. I don't know about you, but what comes to my mind is that this is all to be understood with common sense. What should we do and how? I think we just keep on putting pressure on different actors and people. Otherwise, this will not turn out good. This will not turn out well. So we shouldn't lose hope. I suppose you know this Potsdam's Johan Rockström. He's the leader, director in a climate research. The planetary boundaries is his description, and these critical turning points that we may reach that then cause a domino effect. First, the Amazonas is going to dry up, and then the Gulf Stream will stop flowing, and then the glaciers will melt, and further. Researchers are describing how there are 9 safety mechanisms that are protecting the planet, and we are very close to the first ones now. So we should identify the dynamics that govern all of this. You should listen to Johan Rockström. Okay, with these words, it's good to close our session. Thank you so much to all our panelists and to the audience, and I'm glad that we still have one more day to look forward to at the European Forum. Thank you. Thank you very much for all the organizers of today, as well as participants and the audience. European Forum's program on this stage is now ending, but we will continue tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock with the panel of European Parliament members. And if you're discussing on social media, please use the hashtags European Forum and hashtag Turku.
Tomorrow, the program continues at 9 a.m. with a panel discussion with members of the European Parliament. See you tomorrow.
Joo, ja mä menen myös sitten Brasiliaan.